Alexander? Maybe, okay. Maybe we can start. If I hope Alexander will forgive me. With? Okay. Okay, we wait 2 minutes to fix some technical issues with the voice. Maybe should I have the micro closer to me? I don't know if it would help if I have the micro closer to me. Okay, 2 minutes break to watch your mobile phones. And then later you need to be attentive. For me it's going to be later, Eva, this one, final, okay?
You want the slides show now, right?
Not, or shall we project this already here? We wait a bit.
Now. Okay. So we're starting.
Okay. So,
do you want to share the screen on Zoom?
or no, not now.
Not now.
We wait. Look, I am here.
Okay.
I am here. Okay? Like these people can show us, and then there will be Leila. Okay. Hola. We wait for him. We wait for Alexander. Okay. 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 Hello. Hello, Alexander. I was just. Don't worry. Don't worry. Alexander. No stress. I was just doing housekeeping rules. Okay. So we can now officially start. Thank you, Alexander, for joining us. We know that it's how busy your agenda is. And then we're going to start officially this joint Council of Europe, EU, and UNHCR seminar on the use of help e-desk for lawyers, for legal professionals assisting Ukrainians fleeing the war. So I think that since we will have a very packed agenda, I will immediately start by giving the floor to our colleague Kinga Mainzer, and it's not Leila Kajacik now because Leila is presenting the report on Poland and Moldova in the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. So, Kinga Jensen Magyar, she's our colleague from Strasbourg. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Do you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes,
okay.
We do.
Thank you very much already as an outset to give this opportunity to the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Migration and Refugees, Leila Kajacik, to address this event. And due to the fact what you have mentioned that she is presenting actually later this morning the 2 latest fact-finding visit reports in the Committee of Ministers in Strasbourg, namely the one she conducted to Poland and to Moldova. She is very, very sorry, but she's unable to attend this seminar. I am her political advisor, and it is my great pleasure to replace her here. Thank you very, very much for the National Bar Association to give this opportunity and to host this event. And I would like to welcome, first and foremost, the Vice Dean in this panel, and obviously all participants and colleagues from member states, UNHCR colleagues, Andreas Wissner, and of course from the European Union. May I just briefly mention what the role of the special representative is for those colleagues who do not know. First and foremost, among many other important activities, she carries out fact-finding visits to Council of Europe member states to assess the situation of refugees and migrants and to propose tailor-made assistance on behalf of the Council of Europe to address the challenges they face. The aim is obviously, like for anyone else in this organization and all of you, to enhance the human rights protection of this specific group of people. The special representative is also coordinating the implementation of the Council of Europe Action Plan on protecting vulnerable persons in the context of migration and asylum in Europe. This is a 5-year Council of Europe Action Plan, which was adopted last May 2021 in the Committee of Ministers, and the implementation of which is ongoing at the moment. The special representative carries out her activities in line, of course, with the Council of Europe mandate and also in the framework of this particular action plan, in close cooperation and coordination with relevant entities of the Council of Europe Secretariat, with international partners, and of course with the member state concerned. The aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine, which started on 24th February this year, not only created an unprecedented situation leading to the most important influx of refugees since World War II, it also resulted in a situation when Ukraine's closest neighbors and beyond felt the strain immediately. It is in this context that the special representative conducted 4 fact-finding visits as of May this year and June to 4 Council of Europe member states, 4 of the most concerned, namely to Slovakia, the Czech Republic, Poland and Moldova. She has already presented to the Committee of Ministers the 2 first reports on 13th of July, the one on Slovakia and the other one on the Czech Republic, which are therefore publicly available already. The reports of the visits on Poland and on Moldova, as I mentioned, are going to be presented later today to the Committee of Ministers. The procedure is as such that the special representative is presenting it. There is a discussion, an exchange of views on the reports and most importantly on its recommendations. And afterwards, the Committee of Ministers take note of these reports. It is only after this procedure that these are publicly available to the public, and you will be able to access it via the Special Representative's website. Maybe I would like to ask the technical colleagues if they would be so kind and then share this website with colleagues concerned later today in the course of this event so they can access it more easily. All of the reports of the fact-finding visits are carried out in the context of the current crisis, all these 4. And they are only a snapshot of the situation what was observed at the moment of the visit. Figures change, situation evolves constantly, sometimes improved already. Some specific recommendations she addresses were already taken into account. Let me, however, underline 3 important points that are relevant to this today's seminar. First of all, the majority of the people fleeing are women and children. All the Council of Europe member states, especially those neighboring Ukraine, showed remarkable support and solidarity to the people from Ukraine. Volunteers, civil society organizations and municipalities played a key role in offering help. The governments also encouraged such generosity. Secondly, I also would like to praise the first time activated temporary protection directive in the European Union towards EU member states, thanks to which millions benefited from the very early days of this very important protection. It allowed the people not only to move around in the Schengen space of Europe and to stay legally in the country of their choice, but it allows also to have access to jobs, to services, to healthcare and to education. Thanks to this forward-looking and practical decision, they do not face the long and uncertain process of applying for asylum and of confinement into camps. The Council of Europe, which is my third point, also reacted swiftly to its member states, to support its member states. To have a first picture of the situation, the Special Representative convened on 8th of March, so very close after the aggression started, meeting, an extraordinary meeting of the network of focal points on migration, which consists of the representatives of the ministries of interiors of all 46 member states of the Council of Europe, which the Special Representative chairs. It became clear after this meeting that there was really an urgent need to protect the fleeing women and children from abuse, exploitation, and trafficking. Further needs obviously were expressed as well, such as the quick and easy access to healthcare, including support for psychological assistance. In medium and long term, effective access to education, access to the labor market, and as a prerequisite, access to linguistic inclusion and integration was also mentioned. The Council of Europe adapted these standards to these needs, already existing standards to these needs. Our monitoring body, GRETA, taking actions against trafficking in human beings, issued a guidance note on addressing the risk of trafficking in human beings related to the war in Ukraine and the ensuing humanitarian crisis. Another monitoring body, the Lanzarote Committee, aiming at protecting children against sexual exploitation and sexual abuse, issued a checklist to ensure the protection of children affected by the refugee crisis from sexual exploitation and sexual abuse. A publication on the protection offered by the Istanbul Convention for migrant, refugee, and asylum-seeking women was widely distributed, as well as the checklist it contains. Awareness was raised on existing education and linguistic integration toolkits or relevant services has developed over the years for adults and children. Now it is based on all this that the Special Representative is proposing assistance and support to all the countries she visited, and of course beyond, in line with the Council of Europe Action Plan on protecting vulnerable persons. In addition to all this, the Council of Europe Development Bank offered concrete financial assistance to the countries facing the large influx, but also international organizations, notably to IOM operating on the ground. And not least, and definitely not last, help e-desks were created. They were created in a very swift manner. Having the potential of operating online, they are one of the most efficient ways to reach out to practitioners on the ground. These practitioners are all partners in protecting human rights of the fleeing, most vulnerable refugees. I praise the very fruitful cooperation of the Council of Europe with the partners, and of course the Office of the Special Representative, in particular pleased to have developed this cooperation with our colleagues in health, as well with UNHCR in the development of the many health courses relevant to migration and asylum over the years. We are engaged, of course, to continuing this fruitful cooperation also in the future. I would like to wish to all participants a very informative and very successful exchange today. May I again express the apologies on behalf of Ms. Leila Kajacik. She will be available and hopefully will be able to meet with some of you in the course of the 20th of October, when again, together with the National Bar Association of Poland, another event will take place in the context of the health, namely the launch event of the course on asylum and human rights, jointly developed again with our colleagues in UNHCR. Let me express also my apologies on my own behalf, because I will have to disconnect later on, as I will have to accompany the special representative to the Committee of Ministers today, as I was part of her delegation as political advisor to Poland. I will be present also when she's presenting her report to the Committee of Ministers. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, and I wish you all a successful event, and thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Kinga. And also later, if you agree, we can also distribute your intervention among participants so that they know a bit more also of the important role of the Office of the Special Representative on Refugees and Migration Issues of the Council of Europe, and good luck with the presentation of the report on Poland and Moldova. And I encourage all of those here present and following us to read these reports, the good practices and the challenges. I would like to also now welcome our very dear partner, Emmanuelle Crétin. She's the team leader of the judicial training team in the European Commission in DG Justice, and I'm really happy that she could join us today. Merci Emmanuelle pour nous joindre.
Merci Eva, and good morning everyone. Dear Eva, dear colleagues, thank you so much for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here, and my colleague Wojtek Postulski asked me to extend also his greetings to all of you. Training of justice professionals in the European Union and in its neighborhood is a constant priority of the Commission. And we have a strategy, the European Judicial Training Strategy for 2021-2024, that advocates that judicial training helps the EU face the new developments and challenges that arise when they arise. And one of these urgent challenges is, of course, the war against Ukraine. The European Union has intensified its actions as well on many fronts, from activating the EU Temporary Protection Directive, as you know, to providing financial support to Ukraine, but also to immediately coordinate the delivery of training, the training that is required to help the legal practitioners face the challenges posed by the war. This war affects the training needs of the justice professionals, both of the member states of the European Union and of the Ukrainian justice professionals. Whether it concerns, for instance, like today, the right to asylum in the member states, or judicial cooperation, in particular with Eurojust on war crimes, or with the European Union Genocide Network, these needs are numerous. So the Commission has been working closely with training providers in Ukraine, as well as with all involved actors and donors, to secure that the training which is needed is delivered to the justice professionals who need it. 3 key topics of training have been identified for now. These are the crimes of genocide and war crimes, including sexual crimes. Second, investigation techniques of genocide and war crimes, including forensic, evidence gathering, e-evidence, and the third is asset freezing and seizing. Training events have already been delivered, and many are in the course of preparation. This is for the current actions for Ukrainian justice professionals. There is also the long-run perspective. As we all know, the European Union has decided to grant the candidate status to Ukraine and Moldova. The membership negotiations process that will come will require in-depth reforms of the judicial systems in the two candidate countries, and judicial training is and always will be in this case a crucial element to accompany these reforms. The second challenge that I would like to mention is the need to assist justice professionals in the member states of the European Union, and this includes the lawyers dealing with the huge increase of refugees. We are very happy that the Council of Europe set up the virtual asylum and migration e-desks with the help of the European Commission's financial support. These e-desks contribute a crucial contribution of the Council of Europe through the HELP program, and it helps really the whole judicial community in Europe to face the challenges of the war. The event of today in that aspect will be a great contribution to these efforts. It's really a pleasure to work with the HELP program on fundamental rights training for legal practitioners for many years. And this seminar is just an illustration of how fruitful our cooperation is. We're very happy to continue supporting financially the HELP program of the Council of Europe with a co-financing level of 90%. We know the financial support of the Justice program is an essential assistance to the continued development of the HELP program, and we will continue with this fruitful cooperation. I'm thankful to Eva Pastrana for the very efficient and flexible management of the HELP program and of our grants that support it. I'm also grateful to Eva as well as to Ms. Olga Kostenko and their colleagues for setting up this seminar today. And finally, I wish to thank the Warsaw Bar Association, its dean, Mr. Mikołaj Pieczak, and present with us today, Vice Dean Alexander Krzysztofowicz, for hosting this event. I wish you all a very fruitful day. Thank you very much.
Merci. Thank you very much, Manuel. It's always a pleasure exchanging with you, even if online. Let's hope to see us in presence, physically, as soon as possible. Yes, and indeed, it was the financial support from the European Union was instrumental to set up one of the very first effective steps of the Council of Europe as of the 1st of March, just 1 week after the war, to start setting up this help desk to help legal professionals in Europe. I will now pass on the floor to also our dear Andreas Wiesner. Andreas is in Strasbourg, so is the UNHCR representative for European institutions. We are on the same floor, and then happy to see you even if online. We have with us here present in the room your colleague Delphine Lenêtre. So thanks a lot for your efforts and for your contribution also to this seminar.
Thank you, dear Eva, dear participants, dear co-organizers. On behalf of the UNHCR representation to the European institutions in Strasbourg, I'd also like to welcome you to this unprecedented seminar for Ukrainian and European lawyers and asylum migration help desk managers. I'd like also to acknowledge, as Eva has already done, the participation of UNHCR's protection focal points from our Warsaw office, led by the protection team around Lorena Isla Rodriguez, who will also be holding a presentation later this day. As you know, the UNHCR Warsaw is an office that has seen exponential growth in the support of effective protection of Ukrainians, especially in a country that has welcomed almost 1.4 million Ukrainians and offered them temporary protection in just in a couple of months since the beginning of the year, which would have been unbelievable a year ago. For many years, UNHCR in Strasbourg has been enjoying excellent cooperation and developed many joint initiatives and effective synergies with the Council of Europe help team. And I guess today we have Delphine, as I said, my colleague, with you in Warsaw. And I would also want to acknowledge the particular role of Olga Kostenko, a member of the help team, who has been the initiator of this particular event and with whom we've been cooperating very closely. We are delighted that the Help eDesk initiative is offering participants to also participate in the jointly developed Council of Europe and UNHCR flagship course, Asylum and Human Rights, which in fact, and that this is anchored in this eDesk approach as one of the foundational pillars and available to all participants. More than 10,000 participants from all across Europe have already enrolled in both self-learning and tutored version of the Asylum and Human Rights course since 2017, when it was first launched, with about 4,000 learners having completed the course in one of the more than 25 now available online language versions. In addition, UNHCR and the Council of Europe developed two more specialized complementary courses on refugee children and on alternatives to detention that are also available on the Help learning platform. This continued engagement with Help has been made possible also thanks to the generous funding from the European Union, European Commission more exactly, and with the close technical collaboration by several instances of the Council of Europe, as coordinated by the Office of the Special Representative, the Secretary General for Migration and Refugees. In view of the current realities in 2022, as you all know, and as was already mentioned by our colleague Kinga from the SG office, a tutored Polish edition of the Asylum and Human Rights course will be launched later in October in collaboration with the SRSG, and including a specific section on implementing international standards in the Polish national legal context. So we're looking forward to this launch as well. Today's event is a unique discussion forum for legal professionals on main concerns and problematic issues relating to the applicable protection standards for refugees from Ukraine. The aim of this event is to support legal practitioners in strengthening the protection of vulnerable migrants and refugees by addressing the legal and administrative challenges they face, mainly in applying the EU's Temporary Protection Directive in Europe. The rapid application of the EU's Temporary Protection Directive in Europe is unprecedented and has been a great illustration of solidarity and burden sharing in response to the crisis. Its practical implementation demonstrates how to manage mass flows in a manner that provides recognition of international protection needs and guarantees swift access to safety, documentation, and rights. Despite the elaboration of guidelines and support in applying this new tool, many problems exist in different legal interpretations of the directive. Discussions today will try to facilitate how to best handle specific cases and interpret effectively the current standards to discuss what is working well and the gaps and challenges. With the Ukraine crisis, we have observed a shift in approach of asylum in Europe, as underlined by High Commissioner Grandi, who said, "The war in Ukraine has generated enormous suffering, but also inspired acts of great courage, generosity, and compassion." I hope you'll find this seminar useful for your work, and I wish you many new insights and fruitful discussion with our experts that are virtually and in presence assembled in Warsaw, and your peer participants. I wish you good luck and enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andreas. And now, last but not least, our host. There's some issues. We're extremely helpful to offer you this seminar, thanks to also the generosity of the Polish Bar Association here. I would like to also thank the Dean, but more especially Alexander Krzysztofowicz here with us present, the Vice Dean of the Warsaw Bar Association, because they are hosting us, and it's not just the premises, it has a symbolic meaning to host us here in Poland. Who would have thought just 1 year ago that we would be here in Poland holding this seminar in a place where, we're in a situation where we have 7 million, more than 7 million refugees from Ukraine, and 6, out of whom 6 have gone through Poland. And I understand that there are in Poland currently between 1.5 and 2 million refugees staying. And I would like to also repeat what Andreas just said from the High Commissioner. It's like this unfortunate war is also generating a lot of expressions of course, generosity, of compassion, of solidarity. But we cannot sleep on our laurels, because as it has happened in most refugee crises, once this welcoming and humanitarian support is there, we may face also the risk of xenophobia, the risk of difficulties, how to integrate in host societies those who may want to stay in these host societies. So with this, I would like to also thank Alexander and give him the floor, and encourage also Polish lawyers to become more interested on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'm going to I'm trying to have a time discipline. Welcome. It's an honor and privilege to be here and to host you. And the Dean of Warsaw Bar, Mikołaj Pietrzak, is very sorry that he could not attend today's seminar in person. Let me send his greetings and respect to all of you who are with us today and online. Since the beginning of Russia's attack on Ukraine, we have witnessed ordinary people in Poland helping the refugees on an enormous scale. What most people did not see was the work of legal professionals who made and are still making an effort to recognize the problems which the refugees will be facing and to find the solutions. Lawyers of the Warsaw Bar Association had set up a legal hotline to support people fleeing the war in Ukraine in a few days since the beginning of the war. At that moment, all of that is coordinated on the national level with the cooperation of all of the lawyer professions, including advocates and attorneys at law. But Russian aggression has set up many challenges, not only to the neighboring states such as Poland, but to the entire European community. That is why today's seminar is so important. Legal professionals need to exchange their experience, so the next time they will face a human problem, maybe today's seminar will give them the answer. Once again, it's an honor and privilege to welcome you in the building of the Warsaw Bar. I wish you all a very fruitful day and discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexander, and thank you for highlighting the role of legal professionals. Indeed, it's we've seen all the images, all these spontaneous generosity from Polish people, super reactive, well organized, doing their best. But indeed, the work of legal professionals, sometimes it's unseen, and it's not as catchy or visible for media. So, but this is why we deem it very important to organize this event today. And not only that, following today's event, which is more here, place in Poland, also with a symbolic, a very symbolic meaning, because it's I would say the largest EU country receiving refugees from Ukraine, but also we will launch in 1 month, on 20th October, with the Polish bar, the help course on asylum. That will be on 20th October, and this is also very, very important. Let me now go directly to a short presentation. Let me see if I can share the screen here. I think I need some assistance, no, maybe, okay. Yes, to share the screen from here. And I would like to, usually I do like presentations of the HELP program, the Human Rights Education for Legal Professionals, but this is really a presentation which is more centered around the importance of the HELP ideas. But I need to put them in the context of the work of the Council of Europe, that, as you know, has intensified all its work after the war following the aggression of Russia to Ukraine. So we will see how it is anchored in the work of the Council of Europe and its HELP Human Rights Education for Legal Professionals program because of the flexibility of its platform. And then I will just mention some HELP migration-related courses and the continuation and the intensification of the work for Ukraine. So here is the new map after the departure of both departure and expulsion of Russian Federation from the Council of Europe. So you see that now we are 46 member states remaining in the Council of Europe. The Russian Federation still fall under the jurisdiction of the European Court of Human Rights until 16 September. And then it remains to be seen what will be the fate of the workload of the caseload of cases against Russia. So, but this has considerably redistributed also the work internally. So the HELP program is part of this virtuous triangle of the way the Council of Europe works. The standards with the conventions, recommendations, this is enshrined, that are enshrined in the European Convention on Human Rights, but also the more than 200 conventions of the Council of Europe that are enforced by the European Court of Human Rights in the case of the convention, or by other monitoring mechanisms made up of experts that go to the countries, check how everything goes, and then highlights always the best practices, the good examples, but also point out to the challenges so that with cooperation programs like HELP, like Human Rights Education for Legal Professionals, we can help our member states or beyond, because the Council of Europe has also neighborhood policy, to implement them. So many of you listening to me today will know that the HELP program is made up of a network of justice training institutions and bar associations. We have key partners: the European Judicial Training Network, the CCBE, UNHCR on what matters for migration. But what I want to highlight today is these free online courses in the HELP e-learning platform, because this is a picture, a screenshot of the HELP e-learning platform. Those who don't know it can easily go open an account and access it. And very quickly, after the war started, some colleagues in the HELP team decided to use the HELP e-learning platform as a way to rapidly add practical information to support lawyers in European countries to assist the flow of refugees. And then for this, we counted with it was like coincidentally, a new project founded by the European Union started on 1st of March. So immediately we deployed all our efforts. We contacted people in the countries, our help info points mainly, or some people we knew. And then we set up this useful help e-desk. I remember we were even thinking, how would we call it? What would we add? And then we decided to call it Asylum Migration Help e-desk. We didn't know how long the war would last. Many of us thought it would be a short war, and it isn't the case. And we see now we are in September, more than 6 months after the war, and the war still is on. And then also after this seminar, we'll have to take some decisions. Shall we prolong this for next year? Hopefully the war stops soon, but we don't know. So in any case, even living in this uncertainty, we decide to go for it. And then we use the Help e-learning platform to set up these virtual spaces at a national level. We started by the neighboring countries of Ukraine, many from the European Union, but also Moldova. And we'll hear later our colleagues from Moldova that is more used as transit, but is also equally important. So we have set up this help e-desk there, and one special feature had to be highlighted was the reactivation of the EU Directive on temporary protection. Everybody was clear that Ukrainian refugees had to be helped, that they could avail from the benefits of the EU temporary Directive on temporary protection, but the situation was a bit, if I may, though I will later pass on the floor to you, not always clear-cut in all the member states. I would even say that it was a bit chaotic in the beginning because of everything. We'll hear more from you later. And then this is why we thought, okay, let's have something where very quickly people can add information and practical guidance as they come. Then we also decided to set up a similar national help e-desk in Ukrainian, managed by Ukrainians, and for those who were still in the country or outside the country. So what kind of information we had here, and all this presentation will be shared to everybody. First of all, the legal resources of the national framework and context, especially how the EU Temporary Protection Directive for EU member states would be put in practice. That was not clear-cut. Even within same country, sometimes there were different practices depending on the different national jurisdictions. Then useful links and practical tips, and then we decided very quickly to include some of the help migration-related courses, all of them developed jointly with the UNHCR. And then some of the help e-desk had a forum for exchange that were moderated by national experts. So these are the countries where we set up. Also, we took some risk. We didn't know in some countries, the help national e-desk work better than in others, but there was no time to think of having everything perfect. So I took this decision like, okay, we go for all these countries where we can, and then let's see. So we see, for instance, that you see also the difference of the numbers, but also there are some striking numbers. These are legal professionals, so these are not the ultimate beneficiaries of the functionalities of the help e-desk. But maybe you think, okay, Bulgaria, 60 lawyers is like less than, let's say, Romania 190 or Czechia 26, but see also the dimension of these countries, and also that these are people, legal professionals that are interested on the topic of migration and asylum, so it is quite relevant. Some northern countries, it was like Ireland, we also set it up, but it was like less. It's also, there is also a distance or closeness effect, and also then you see that countries like Greece or Italy or Spain has quite a number, but these are countries that have been exposed to refugee and asylum and migration movements for longer time. In the end, we have more than 1,000 lawyers that are connected at national level, and where we would like to also increase the interconnection at on this European level. And I forgot to mention that we immediately coordinated this initiative with the Council of Bar and Law Societies in Europe, with the CCBE and its Migration Committee, and I'm happy to have today with us the chair of the Migration Committee of the CCBE that already gave dissemination to this. Thanks also to the UNHCR, who also disseminated this information. And here I'm showing you some examples. This is because we are in Poland, some examples of how it looks like. So if you go to the let's imagine that we are on the website, okay, on the platform. We go on internet, we go on the platform, we click Poland, and then you see there is a mix. There are some sections in English, but immediately we go to some sections in Polish, because it is very important to have it in Polish. So you click on section numbers 5, and then you will have here everything that the national manager, the police manager of the police help desk has been updating. You see also some links, and if you click to the other parts, you would see similarly. Another example is the one for Ukraine. The one in Ukraine is everything is already in Ukraine. You click 1, number 3. I cannot read Ukrainian, but it is for Ukrainians, basically lawyers or beneficiary, and you see that there is a lot of information, links. There can be videos, there can be additional resources. It is up to the Ukrainian managers to have it. Now, this we will hear more later, but how help works in and for Ukraine is, of course, this asylum migration help desk that I just mentioned. But then later, we have had more than 20 help courses translated in Ukrainian on human rights, different topics. We're working with the justice training institutions to contextualize help courses, and these are the National School of Judges of Ukraine, the Prosecutors Training Center of Ukraine, who also during summer asked us to have an open space for them. We have opened this space for the training center. It is a secured legal and online space where only those that the Prosecutors Training Center can enter, and they have already uploaded there one of their courses on humanitarian, international humanitarian law course, because of course the Ukrainian prosecutors had to be upskilled quickly on the topic. Then we see that we have more than 5,700 users on the platform, and we have 50 help trainers for Ukraine, etc. We're going to organize a help training of trainers online for Ukrainians in autumn. We'll see after this seminar. And we were disseminating help courses for universities, MPs, Parliament. And one thing that I wanted to say is that, for instance, we are updating the help course on prohibition of ill treatment, of torture, and we are adding a specific module on prohibition of ill treatment during armed conflicts. That includes also gender-based violence. This is the list of the help courses that we have, and in green, we have those translated in Ukraine. Light green it is being translated. So you can see here the list. I'm not going to go there, but I just wanted to give you a screenshot of those help courses that are related to migration asylum that we developed together with UNHCR, asylum and human rights, refugee and migrant children, alternatives to immigration detention. It's just, they range between 6 and 10 hours, so it's feasible. And also we have the internal displacement that exists in Ukraine and that was already widely used before the war years ago. As Andreas mentioned, we have had more than 300 participants in tutor course and almost 1,000 people who have all gone self-learning and completed it. These are just screenshots of what this course has. I don't have time to present it, but I wanted you to have this information later. Also the course on refugee and migrant children, the key issues that exist here. We have a bit more detail of what each module covers. Internal displacement, the alternatives to immigration detention, and then you see the total number of users of the Help e-learning platform with the help users from Ukraine. Even from July until now, there have been more than 500 new Ukrainians. I guess also many from the prosecutor's office. And this is the correlation between the caseload pending by country at the European Court of Human Rights and the number of users of the countries of the help platform. I highlighted Ukraine and Poland. You see Ukraine is at the top 5 with, and that were the data of by the end of June, okay? 5,200, now we have more than 5,700. And then Poland, number 10, which is also interesting because you can see in green is the 10 countries with a high pending case law. These are the applications pending before the European Court of Human Rights, where you would have there, and you have Poland, you have also Ukraine. And because we are in Poland, I cannot avoid to also give to raise the importance of rule of law, that I know that it is something of concern for many Polish lawyers. And some help courses that can be very useful, you can do online, we work with the Judicial Academy in Poland and with the Bar Association. We have ethics for judges, prosecutors and lawyers. We have procedural safeguards in criminal proceedings and victims' rights, women's access to justice, freedom of expression, and a new one on introduction is corruption prevention. Again, what we would like to also ask you to promote is the use of the help courses also on self-learning. They're free, they're valuable to anybody. You can learn as much as you want. They have a very sensitive hour duration considering the heavy workload of active legal professionals, and they can lead to a state of accomplishment. They're done by and for legal professionals, and they can be also useful for academic purposes. And then you can obtain a digital individual statement of accomplishment. I end with this. I'm sorry I took a bit, just 2 minutes longer, but I would like to also now encourage you to disseminate the use of not only the Help Legal Desk, but also these useful courses. And I want to thank all my colleagues, especially Olga Kostenko, Volodymyr and Hugo, who have been behind the organization of all this, and Simona Gita, who's our communication officer, not of Help, but of the Directorate General on Rule of Law, to help us. And now I would like to start immediately with this tour de table of asylum migration help desk by country managers, but I think if you allow, I would like to give the floor first to the chair of the migration committee of the CCBE, Noemi Alarcón. Noemi, I don't know if you have a micro, or you want to come, or you come here.
So thank you very much. Good morning to everyone, and thanks to the organizers of yes, thank you, of this event, of this seminar, and of course of the Law Society of Warsaw. And I'm very honored to be here with colleagues and of course other colleagues of other institutions that have dealt with this huge humanitarian crisis that of course the neighboring countries have more faced than the others in the European Union, but of course that at the same time have been all of the European Union countries, member states, had to support all these influx of people fleeing from Ukrainian during the last month. Well, from our side, from the CBE and the Migration Committee, we have support this help e-desk on these Ukrainian refugees and situation, and we have tried to coordinate with all the law societies of the members of our member state of this migration committee to launch this tool for lawyers, for legal professionals, not only for lawyers, of course, but most part of our work, of course, it's the education for lawyers. And I would like to say that it was very welcome from all the member states to have this help desk and to provide with this information and knowledge and legal education to our lawyers. The help desk, I think, in my opinion, it's not only a provider for this humanitarian crisis, legal information and legal education on this humanitarian crisis. It's help also to finally give support to lawyers and other legal professionals that finally dealt on a daily basis or not, or just to have an approach to this topic with the refugee law and migration law. So normally we put inside each on the platform the different courses that Eva has explained, and it was very useful in terms not only to have the development on the directive, on the temporary protection directive, but also to have an overall approach of all the refugee law in terms of international law and also in terms of the COE and the European Union law. So it has widespread way all this knowledge, all this legal information that could serve on a daily basis to lawyers and so on. Of course, we don't know how many times the situation will remain or not. It will depend, of course, on the crisis. It's true that at the moment the numbers of people fleeing from Ukraine are not the same that at the beginning. But I think that the platform has helped to have us the legal information about the situation and about all the challenges and developments that have been surrounded this topic. So I think that the help desk will also help all along this crisis because finally, right now we have maybe other challenges that will come. We just see what's happened just a few days ago in Russia with the announcement of this military call that could also means that we could have other people coming to our borders because they are fleeing from other situations. As I say, they're from a military call, and there are people that will be evaders of this situation. So I think that the platform could help also these people that are fleeing from a different situation. That finally, it's all about the same crisis and about the same event due to the Russia invasion. So from my side,
Thank you, Noemi. Later, but during the question and answers, because you are also managing the one for Spain, you may speak about the challenges of Spain. But thanks a lot for this introduction. I would like to give the floor first to the Ukrainian desk manager, and then I will go for the Polish one. So for Ukraine, we have Vyacheslav Liboshenko online. If you can, Vyacheslav, if you can speak or connect.
Hello. I welcome all participants. I'm sorry I have a bad internet connection. I am happy to be present during this event. And about this course, Helpy on Helpy platform, it's aimed to raise awareness of Ukrainian lawyers about temporary protection, about special issues of Ukrainian legislation, of legislation of countries near Ukrainian border, and literally to help advocates, practitioners to understand how they can help to persons who is in real need of this legal help. I will be very short in this course because I know about our wide agenda, so thank you and welcome.
I would like, Vyacheslav, if you can focus on the challenges that you are facing. I think it will be interesting for all of us to listen.
Yes, of course, there are several challenges in Ukraine. And of course, firstly, it's about IDP registration, about these flows of people from east to west. We know about evacuation that was presented by Ukrainian government from Donbass, from Donetsk region. It's obligatory for people, for population who live in Donetsk region, and it faces several challenges for regions in the central Ukraine and in the west. First of all, it's about legal protection. It's about ID documents, about birth and death certificates. It's a really hard issues because because of war, there is no stop for birth or death on occupied territories. And these all issues shall be documented on government-controlled territories. And of course, it's all about humanitarian protection, about humanitarian help with food, with money. It's not such legal issues, but it's issues of high demand from such people. Of course, it's several issues about constructing new realities on the place of arrival, because people need job, people need to have children go to school, kindergartens, and other such issues that is really hard to deal with on the place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vyacheslav. I will also give the floor now to Jacek Bilasz from Poland, or you come here, or you can come here if you want. Yes.
From my place. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Jacek Białas. I'm a member of the Polish Attorneys at Law Bar Association, which is quite different legal profession bar than advocates. Actually, I was working as one of the co-coordinators of the Asylum and Immigration Help Desk in Poland. And actually, our project was implemented only for 3 months, so we didn't manage to find enough lawyers to join us. However, we have like at least 60 very good people who were I think properly trained in migration asylum issues. The thing is that the situation in Poland is completely unprecedented. So we never had like massive numbers of the refugees or migrants in Poland before. We are not Greece, we are not Spain, we are not Germany. We have maximum like 15,000 asylum seekers a year. So comparing to 4 million, it was quite challenging. The issue is that we had like numbers of the lots of lawyers who were willing to provide legal assistance to those people. Actually, the problem was the big challenge was that most of those lawyers were not properly trained. They had no previous experience, and very often these providing like assistance for the poor people or for people who need help, it's sometimes perceived as something very easy. Actually, most of them they weren't aware about the EU law framework, about the details of the even details of the Polish law, because we have like one special act which was prepared by the parliament, which was dealing with the situation of the Ukrainians who came to Poland, which was quite different than the EU law. So it should implement somehow this EU directive on the temporary protection, but it provides also lots of additional laws, obligations, and the rights for those people from Ukraine. So our job was to prepare like exact and right information, just to say the lawyers what is true, what is not, because we also faced number of the legal advices provided by the lawyers in good faith, but completely wrong. For example, in the beginning of the war in Ukraine, the many lawyers tried to convince the Ukrainians who came here to apply for asylum, which was completely nonsense, because the EU was already working on the temporary protections, which could provide the protection for all those people who came from Ukraine to Poland without individual application. But the main challenge for us was were the problems with the residency permit. So the thing is that the residency permit it's not only like kind of ID, but it also gives the citizen of Ukraine enjoying the temporary protection with the right to travel. So we have lots of difficult situation when the people tried to go to Germany or to Turkey or back to Ukraine, and that was lack of clarity whether they could go. Where they could go or not. If someone have the right, to travel within the framework of the visa-free regime, that was fine. So this person could go, like let's say, for the 90 days to the Germany or to France and return back. But the most of people who had no, like for example, these biometric passports, they couldn't. So we faced also a situation when the person was stuck, let's say, in Turkey or Egypt, because he could go there, but he couldn't return without the residency card. So that's why we tried to inform the lawyers that sometimes some people could go to Germany and return back, but if he or she is not lucky, then he could be, for example, he could get the decision on entry ban on the airport, which was also the cases. So that's why I think it was a good initiative, to provide additional information, or I would say the right information for the lawyers who providing legal assistance for citizens of Ukraine. Of course, we have also a separate chapter on a separate part of the course, which was concerning the situation on the Polish-Belarusian border, actually. And well, this situation is completely different because the law doesn't work there. So what we could discuss is just that was the court decisions saying that the government's activities were unlawful, but actually we couldn't do anything with that. Even if there are like final court decisions saying that border guards activities or sending person back to Belarus was unlawful. And I would say that just to sum up, finally the government decided to issue this residency card in electronic version to the citizens of Ukraine enjoying temporary protection, but still there are some gaps which must be fulfilled somehow by the government. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jacek. You just went to the right points, and this is what I think this is very important also for our next speakers who are working also in the European Union and also for UNHCR, so to know the real challenges that all these well-meant measures, but if not transmitted or communicated properly, can lead to very bad situations for Ukrainians, whether they can travel freely in Europe, in the EU or in Europe, or they can return occasionally to their country. We heard of stories, sometimes maybe now with the kind of status quo or status quo in the sense that the war is going on, but some people are residing elsewhere, but then they may occasionally go back, let's say a funeral or something urgent to attend their parents, and then is it possible? Can they go and return? So these are real challenges. I would like to give the floor to some more of you. I think it doesn't matter if we don't have the complete tour the table now, because what we will do is later at 10:30 when we have Cecilia Verkleef from the European Union, we can later, those who do not speak now, will speak later during the question and answer sessions, if you agree. I think it will be better. Since I have here in front of me, I hope Alessio, Diliana don't mind, I have Michaela Chladekova from Slovakia. I think I would give you the floor. Michaela.
Thank you very much, Eva. Dear esteemed colleagues, my name is Michaela Chladekova, and I'm a Help Info Point as well as manager of Help Asylum eDesk. I also have to say a massive thank you to Council of Europe, because being so prompt in reacting in the first days was very comforting for the bar and Slovak lawyers, because as my Polish colleague said, Slovakia is also a country that is relatively not experienced with the influx of displaced persons. So this was important for us to have easily accessible opportunity for training. And I would also like to thank UNHCR for open dialogue with the Slovak representative of Slovak lawyers in Slovakia. I think the dialogue is very important because it is not only the problem of training, it is usually problem of interpretation. There are new laws, new acts, new regulations, but these are interpreted differently by lawyers and by state authorities, by other stakeholders. And I think this creates many issues and problems. I can state one problem at the beginning when people under temporary protection were not permitted to leave Slovakia. It was interpreted as they cannot cross the border, which I think prevented them from applying for temporary protection in Slovakia, and they rather moved to other countries because they were afraid to be stuck there. So also many thanks to, of course, the EU for activating the temporary protection instrument. I think we can see that it is surely a cornerstone for coping with the challenges related to the mass influx of displaced persons. Otherwise, we would be, I believe, in much bigger chaos. So as for Slovakia, recently statistics show that there are more than 700,000 people crossing the border and 90,000 people who received the temporary protection. So since March, we did come a long way. And there was, of course, huge effort by all the stakeholders to cope with the situation. At the beginning, unfortunately, there was, I think, high vulnerability to human trafficking at the border. I believe later on it was systematically resolved, but at the beginning, I'm afraid this was a big issue. At the moment, I would like to point out to the impossibility for the people under temporary protection to conduct any business activities. This is many organizations, not just a bar, point to this problem. Also, NGOs refer to a limited access to healthcare and some different interpretation of the term compulsory education, so access to education. So this question how to interpret laws creates lots of legal uncertainty. This is why lawyers are so important, and especially their knowledge and the good sources of information. So we are happy to have the access to the courses that are online and accessible anytime. We have about 140 Slovak lawyers actively involved in pro bono legal aid daily, so it's good to know that they have this access and they were informed of how to follow these courses. Of course, the EDEX contains actual information, news, legislation that have been adopted recently, case law, analysis studies. It refers to further recommended readings. So I think now when the situation is a little bit more stable, I think lawyers can assess their training needs. And I believe that we will get back to the promotion of the eDesk and invite more lawyers to participate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michaela. I see we have already Cecilia online, but maybe we will leave the floor to one more, and later we continue with Diliana, that I have also in front of me from Bulgaria.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to say that Help Desk was the first and the most comprehensive response to the needs of Bulgarian lawyers providing legal aid to refugees from Ukraine. And recently we have more than 60 participants in the Help Desk. Let me tell you about our challenges. First of all, the challenge is the coordination between the state institutions and the state and non-governmental organizations in providing legal aid. Also, another challenge is the interpretation and translation. Another challenge we face is connected with the access to education, access to daily care for children, which affects the access to labor market, because most of the people with the children are their mothers, and it is connected also, the access to labor market is also connected with issues connected with exploitation. I would like to point out that still there are many gaps in Bulgarian legislation concerning the issue of temporary protection, and many uncertainties are connected with appealing the legislative and state decrees and ordinances and court repealing that. And Help Desk actually provided Bulgarian lawyers enrolled in it with information about the standards, information about the temporary protection directive, something new for Bulgaria also, information about the most recent development in the legislation, case law, and forum for exchange of ideas and information among colleagues.
Thank you very much. And I was like to mention something connected to what Michaela and you, Dilena, mentioned, and that was that some of the managers of the HILPI desk asked us also to add very quickly the help course on combating trafficking in human beings, because I think that was, as you mentioned, a risk. We saw a lot of well-meant people that were coming to the borders quickly to go to get people, but some also, the criminals were also very, very quick to go there and to take, to misguide or mislead women, children as well. I don't know how much this has continued. I hope it has discontinued, but there is always this risk. So we are very much aware that this is a course also that has been very, very demanded. And actually, I'm pleased to say that the course on combating human trafficking had a new module added of combating human trafficking also for the purpose of labor exploitation, and that we are updating the whole course starting next month. Okay, in October we are having our first working group with our colleagues from Council of Europe, Grevio. This is the Greta. Sorry, this is a group of experts against trafficking, and is the Secretary General Petia Nestorova from Bulgaria as well, one of the with whom we are working to do this. Okay, if the rest of you, though the idea was to compile all these comments, but I prefer to give you later more time so that we don't rush, and to give now the floor to Cecilia and to Isabella, and this may later foster some new discussions and new comments from the rest of managers of the HELPI desk. So Cecilia, very, very happy to have you. I'm very happy to our partner Wojciech Postulski that has mobilized the right people, and Cecilia is Deputy Head of Unit in DG for Migration and Home Affairs from the European Commission. So Cecilia, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Many thanks, Olga, and also my big thanks to Wojciech, who has been the liaison officer, if I may say, between this important organization and the Commission. I think I want to open with two big thank yous. First of all, thank you for having organized this event, both the Council of Europe, this network, and also UNCHR, and of course the involvement of our colleagues of the Commission Department for Justice. But I want also almost personally, as the one who has been working from day one on TPD, wholeheartedly thank all those, and I'm sure there are many in the room and also outside the room, who have made this work in, I think, a very short amount of time. We have started realizing, once we had activated the Temporary Protection Directive, how many people on the ground were with us. And I think that has been very heartening and continues to be, I would say, a source of inspiration and energy, because the situation is still not over, unfortunately. What I think is common to all of us, none of us, including our member states, had any experience with the Temporary Protection Directive. It was an instrument that was a kind of sleeping beauty for more than 20 years. Of course, the kind of instrument you do hope that you will never need. But reality decided otherwise, and we, based on predictions of a mass influx of people from Ukraine, if Russia would invade, was materialized, and that's why we launched the instrument. I think what is important to understand is that we all had this crash course on understanding this instrument. If you multiply that with 27 member states and multiply that with the many cities also, and maybe smaller villages who had to deal with the influx of those who were fleeing the war. I think it's not a surprise that what I heard listening in is that there are difficulties in interpretation, that there are differences in interpretation, and that this is, of course, an issue which is ongoing. What we have tried to do rather quickly in the process was after we had presented our proposal to the council, and the council had decided to activate the TPD, to actually come up with operational guidelines. And I think this network is aware of those guidelines and has also used them in their work. What we decided was not to come up with yet another guideline, but we have been following a lot of issues also raised mainly by member states. And you may be aware that there is a dedicated question and answer section on our websites. I'm happy to share that with you after the meeting, because I don't think I can share it here in this setting, but I will do so afterwards. So beyond these guidelines, there are two very important links which I will send to you. One on the TPD more from a legal perspective, and one with very practical information. And as I said, you will find questions and answers on a number of topics, including also a topic which I heard seems to be of growing concern, or maybe of growing interest, and that's what we call going back home. I will elaborate on that a bit further. I think what has been crucial is that not only the 27 member states aligned what the Union has been doing, although I have to be precise, it's 26 plus 1, because Denmark is not bound by the Temporary Protection Directive, but already, like Norway and also Switzerland and even the Western Balkan countries, aligned to what we proposed, which also required enormous amount of coordination, which we have started to do soon after the invasion, and which we continue to do as part of the Solidarity Platform, and where all our member states, all our agencies, and also UNCHR are, let's say, members of the weekly meetings which we have. Of course, the issues which are being discussed here are directly related to also the implementation of the Temporary Protection Directive. But of course, new issues pop up, like, for example, what is going to happen with young men in Russia who want to flee Russia because of the partial mobilization. So new elements are often added to the discussion. And as I mentioned earlier, also the issue of going back home becomes more prominent now. We have done a first analysis of the way in which the member states have implemented the Temporary Protection Directive. One part of that analysis is the laws which the member states had to implement already in 2003, which was the deadline for the implementation of the directive. But you can imagine that not all of these laws are really up to date when you look at what is needed now to actually implement what the directive requires the member states to do. So there were also a lot of other implementing measures by member states about work permits, about accommodation, about issues like the residence permit, issues which have popped up to be crucial to make the instrument work, but notably to provide the protection which the TPD is meant to provide. Bearing in mind, and it was also mentioned earlier, bearing in mind that we needed to activate this instrument because otherwise our asylum systems would have been completely overwhelmed. And we would have been in a situation where we would not have been able to provide at least a minimum protection to a large number of people coming within a short amount of time. Just to give you a bit of an idea here, when the Council discussed the Commission proposal on the 3rd of March to activate the Temporary Protection Directive, we had 1 million refugees on our territory. So in 1 week, it went from 0 to 1 million. and it went even up in the days after the 3rd of March. So there was no issue that we were facing a huge amount of people seeking protection in the EU. As I mentioned earlier, we have started the first analysis looking at the laws, at the implementation to make the Temporary Protection Directive work. Overall, what we have seen is satisfactory, but that doesn't mean that we can be complacent, and there are challenges which continue to be met. One of them, and that will not be a surprise to you, is accommodation. And that is also linked to another issue which is very high on our agenda, and that is winterization. We are going to winter, and winter may be somewhat later in the part of Europe where I am in Belgium, but it may come earlier in the eastern part of the European Union, and notably also in those member states where they still host quite a lot of refugees, and where we also expect that people, because of winter in Ukraine, are likely to come to the Union or come back to the Union. So we have to prepare ourselves also for people coming back or fleeing to the Union because of winterization, and because of the fact that within Ukraine, important facilities have been bombed and are not available. And accommodation is one of them. We are working with our member states to make sure that the public facilities are being prepared for winter. What is also another issue, and that has been from the beginning, and it's still something which is high on our agenda, and that is that people register. Because registration is important for those if they also want to travel within the European Union after their visa-free travel is over. Because with a residence permit, like I can travel to other member states with my residence permit from Belgium, you then can use your residence permit to also travel. This brings me to another issue which is important and which I want to touch upon, and that is traveling in Europe is one thing, but also traveling back to Ukraine. That is an issue where we have been looking into, and where I think from a legal perspective, it's very important to make a couple of distinctions. Now the directive, so the TPD, has a provision, Article 21, which requires member states to facilitate if people want to go back. So it means that the member states should make possible what is being described there as voluntary return. In order to make the voluntary return work, member states may provide for what the TPD says exploratory visits. But it is very important in the current situation, what we have observed is to make a difference between voluntary return, where you actually go back on a somewhat more permanent basis. In fact, what you do, you leave the European Union again, you go back to Ukraine de lege or de facto. So that is one situation. That is a case of voluntary return. You decide to go back on a more permanent basis again to Ukraine. And on the other hand, what we call short-term visits. And the example I think which was already given was, for example, going back for a funeral. That would be a good example, I think, of a short-term visit by a person enjoying a temporary protection in one of our member states. We have also seen other examples like family visits, hopefully not for a funeral, or collecting papers, or even trying to get family members also out of Ukraine. These are the type of short-term visits which should not affect the status of temporary protection which the person has within the European Union. And I think, as I said, that is important to bear that in mind. The issue which then pops up is how long is that short period? There is no common rule because the Temporary Protection Directive does not say anything about this. And you can imagine that this may differ per member state. We have seen periods ranging from 2 weeks to 6 months. So there is quite a divergence there in terms of how this is being seen by member states. What is important is that when you go back on a more permanent basis, that you tell our authorities, that you, when you have been registered and you got a residence permit, that you tell the authorities you're going back. Because it means that they can then deactivate the rights which you would enjoy on the temporary protection. It is important because we want to avoid that people continue to benefit from benefits to which they're not entitled. And that could risk undermining the support by our citizens of this system. However, as I said, those who go for short-term visit keep the status of temporary protection. They don't have to deregister at all. They don't have to inform the member states. What is, I think, important is that when you go back to the Ukraine for a short amount of time and you re-enter the Union again, you will be submitted to entry-exit checks according to the Schengen Border Code. And that's why it's important you have a valid residence permit with you. So you can actually show that you are living in a given member state and that you enjoy the temporary protection and that you do not need a visa, because probably the visa-free travel has already expired by that moment. So that is another reason to register, because only when you register, you will at some point in time get an invitation for your residence permit. So the two do go together, and I have to underline that this is important. Maybe to also mention that we have developed an IT platform for the member states to find out if there are double or even multiple registrations. We want to give protection, we want to support the persons, but we want to avoid that people get double allocations. As I said, this would not go down well with our citizens who are willing to support and who have shown that all along the way, but we also want to avoid cases of fraud. And that platform allows the member states to see whether people enjoy a registration in more than one member state, and then deactivate it in the member state where the person first registered. So, for example, if I first registered in Belgium and then I go completely legally to Germany, I get registered there, I get a residence permit from Germany, then the one in Belgium will be annulled and I will keep the one in Germany. That is how it should work. Just to mention a couple of other things, Chair, on what we have found out looking at how the member states implement the directive and the council implementing decision. Education and health seem to be more or less okay. Education is very important also that the young children can enroll in schools, be it physically or be it online, because as we all know, the vast majority of those who came from Ukraine are women and children, and particularly younger children. And it's only when the children, of course, can go to schools that also the women can find a job and engage in the labor market. Finding jobs has shown to be somewhat more of a challenge, because sometimes member states put conditions there which were not in line with the Temporary Protection Directive, in the sense that the moment you enjoy that protection, you can apply for jobs. You can start looking for job opportunities. You do not need immediately, or you do not need first a work permit. But okay, that has not always been fully understood. And of course, again, as I said at the beginning, we all had to understand in a very short amount of time what this directive meant to do and what had to be done. So of course, this kind of misunderstandings and problems it's normally that they have arisen. I've also mentioned, I've also seen in the questions which I received beforehand, and many thanks for those, that some of the persons said that there were issues of language barriers. Well, I can imagine that can be quite an issue. I know that quite a few of our member states and in fact half, can benefit from assistance from the asylum agency to make the whole system work a bit better. And one of the assistance which the agency can provide is in fact interpretation, but it depends on whether the member state has asked for it. If the member state hasn't asked for it, then the agency will not provide for that kind of service. But it may be possible to provide that at not too long a notice. What we also, I think, noticed, and that is something which is well, maybe came a bit as a surprise. We thought that it would be easier to disperse the large flux of refugees across Europe, but experience showed that quite a lot stayed in Poland, but also in the other neighboring countries. And I think what this crisis also shows is that not only the MED5, as we call them, so our southern member states have to face influxes of refugees, but that other member states, and in this given case, of course, our eastern members, also have a fall victim of such a rather unpleasant situation, with which they dealt with, I have to admit, in a very, very efficient and a very professional way. Despite the fact, as I said, that of course improvements still can and should be done. A very last issue I'd like to mention, because that has been on our mind as from the beginning. I referred to the guidelines, the operational guidelines we issued in March after we had activated the Temporary Protection Directive. And normally these guidelines are not about specific groups of persons. We have dealt with the scope, those who fall within the scope of the temporary protection. We have dealt with other issues, but there are two exceptions to that. In the guidelines, we have a specific chapter on children, because we noticed how many children would come our way. And a very particular issue arose is that when children are not accompanied by a mother or a father, that the issue of guardianship then becomes very important. And we thought we had to deal with that already very early in the process. And that's why there are chapters also on guardianship in those guidelines of March. The same for what was mentioned earlier, trafficking in human beings. Because what we observed in the first days were also private cars going to the various member states bordering, very often family members or friends, going to pick up, friends or families at the border. Of course, completely understandable. And from a human perspective, I probably would have done the same if somebody of my friends or family would have been there. However, that is also the kind of instrument organized crime would use, private cars to actually try to meet victims. And as we all know, organized crime are called organized crime because they're organized, and because they are the ones who can adapt their modus vivendi very quickly. And that is why also in those March guidelines we have a dedicated chapter on trafficking in human beings, because we thought that cannot wait until we've seen a lot of cases. And that also led to, and I think also with the help of our agency, also led to signs at the border warning those who entered the European Union not to accept any, let's say, offer for transport for free by people whom you wouldn't know. And hopefully that has led to reducing at least a threat which was quite immediate upon arrival, and exactly completely contrary to the whole spirit of the Temporary Protection Directive. Chair, I'd like to leave it to this. I've seen quite some questions from members on various member states. We're looking into those. What I suggest is that maybe we come back in writing a bit more specific on various issues. and not to spend too much time on one or the other member state, unless there are some very burning questions which we would like to, of course, to address. And again, many thanks for the invitation.
Thank you, Cecilia, for being that clear, that straight to the point, and then mentioning many challenges that you, from your position, can see that are happening and that are common for many member states. I think that unless there is a burning issue, I would say we wait until the question and answers, and we give the floor immediately to Isabella Atanasu, because we thought that that was a request from many of the Help Desk managers, that apart from this general overview, the issue of children and family reunification deserve a bit of its own chapter. So Isabella, she's policy officer and legal officer in DG Migration and DG Migration and Home Affairs in the European Commission. So Isabella, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you hear me well. Can you confirm?
Very well.
That is very good. Good morning, everyone. I would like to add 3 blocks of information to some of the elements that have actually been already mentioned by Cecilia in her presentation about the aspect of protection of the children that we have sought in our policy making and in relation to the implementation of the Temporary Protection Directive since the start of the war in Ukraine in February. So what I wanted to say first is a little bit the policy framework and the steps of policy instruments that we have adopted since the start of the war that are aimed at reinforcing the protection of children in particular, and of specific categories of more vulnerable children, which I will refer to immediately. And then I wanted to say what we have done in particular to identify the specific protection needs of certain categories of more vulnerable children. And those are the ones who arrive to the European Union either unaccompanied or separated from family members. And then there is a third category, which is equally important and very delicate as well, the one of groups of children coming from the Ukrainian institutions and seeking temporary refuge in the European Union. And then third, I would like to refer a little bit to the challenges that we are facing in terms of ensuring effective access to education for the children who are fleeing from Ukraine in the member states where they are being hosted. And finally, a couple of remarks about the kind of information that we have on that subject, in particular at this moment, and the upcoming Solidarity Platform meeting that is devoted to the access to education for the children. And also a few elements about the information we received from Poland itself, updated information concerning children who are registered to attend school. So coming back to the general policy framework, Cecilia already spoke about the fact that after the activation of the Temporary Protection Directive, we adopted specific guidance on the application of the provisions therein. In the Temporary Protection Directive, there are specific child-related provisions. These are in particular related to access to housing and to support, but also access to education, to healthcare, and there are provisions concerning unaccompanied minors and the need to appoint as soon as possible guardians for them where they do not have them, as well as the family reunification provisions. So basically the right of the children to be reunified with family members as those are defined in the context of the directive. Now, as Cecilia has already mentioned, very soon after the activation of the Temporary Protection Directive, guidance was issued by the Commission on how to apply specific provisions therein. There is a chapter, as she mentioned, devoted to children. And basically there are, in that chapter, we are dealing with the issue of the need to register the children as soon as possible after crossing the border, but also in the countries where they are going to be hosted eventually. And in terms of registration, we have recommended that at the moment of the crossing of the border, the border officials should ideally register not only the identity of the children, but in the case of the children who arrive unaccompanied or separated from other family members, also of the adults who are accompanying them. So be they already in possession of a title which gives them guardianship, which was issued by the Ukrainian authorities, or let's say unofficial papers issued by the parents, or sometimes there isn't even a written document, but a relationship and the agreement of the parents can be demonstrated to the authorities. Now, at the moment of the crossing of the border, verifications in detail of these documents cannot be done, obviously, for obvious reasons, but we have recommended to nevertheless write down the identity of the adults who are accompanying the children for eventual successive verifications if something happens or there is a need to check. Now, when the children arrive in the countries of destination, where they will take up basically temporary protection status, there is a need to register them as soon as possible there. What we have observed is that in practice, children who come with their families, of course, register to get with their families, but there is also the category of unaccompanied and separated children who sometimes come with an Ukrainian guardian. And it was not very clear from the very beginning, the fact that guardianship established by the competent authorities in Ukraine needs to be automatically recognized in the member states. So there is no need for further procedures for recognizing the appointment of a guardian who is coming from Ukraine. This is due to the fact that member states and Ukraine are signatories of a convention, the Hague Convention from 1996, which establishes that such documentation is to be recognized without further procedures for the recognition. So one of the hurdles that has been observed in practice is that sometimes the papers on guardianship originating from Ukraine have not been automatically recognized as they should be, but there have been procedures initiated for the recognition or for the establishment of new local, if you like, decisions for granting guardianship to the adults accompanying the children. This, of course, takes time in practice. So until these papers were clarified, the children were not registered for temporary protection either. So this is a reason for delay in the registration of the children who come unaccompanied or separated. And then there is another issue. Basically, we are also recommending to the member states to take into registry, if you like. I mean, registration is probably not the proper word because it sounds like you have to create a specific registry for that purpose, but this is not the point. The point is that the presence of these children on the territory of the member state should be brought to the attention of the child protection services. It is for their own protection and for their own benefit, and this should be done as soon as possible after arrival, so that the child protection services of the member state basically take all the legal and support safeguards and measures that are necessary to give access to the rights to the children. And they are entitled to the same kind of measures of support and the same guarantees as the national children in a similar situation. So there is no reason why they shouldn't benefit from that. We know that recently Poland has introduced a specific registry for registering the children who are unaccompanied and separated. So this is indeed the kind of measure that comes to meet the needs in practice and realities. Let's say that the creation of such a registry is a good practice to recommend to other member states as well. It is hopefully done also in practice in a rigorous manner so that the registry is indeed effective for taking up data about the presence of the children on the territory. Now, as I mentioned before, in the guidelines, we are also mentioning the subject of the guardianship and the fact that it needs to be clarified as soon as possible. And there was this specific challenge that I explained, how to recognize basically without further bureaucratic hurdles, the papers originating from the Ukrainian authorities. Then we also, following these operational guidelines, adopted other specific guidance and policy documents which are very relevant from the point of view of the protection of the children. And I would like to recall them before I pass to the next point, which is the challenges that we have identified specifically in relation to unaccompanied and separated children. So the Commission has also adopted guidance on supporting the inclusion of the Ukrainian refugee children in the education system in the member states. So there was a first set of guidance in that respect related to schooling, if you like, which was adopted in April. And it was also updated in June 2022. Then the Council adopted in March a 10-point action plan concerning concerted support to be given to the Ukrainian, to the people who are escaping from the conflict situation in Ukraine. And under this so-called 10-point action plan, the Commission was called to carry out specific work in order to identify the need for common guidance related to the reception and to the support that children might need to receive, and in particular, children with disabilities, unaccompanied and separated children, and to also develop standard operating procedures for the transfer of the unaccompanied and separated children from one member state to another where such need should arise. Indeed, we have, in the meantime, developed standard operating procedures for the transfer of unaccompanied and separated children for the specific case of Moldova, who has asked the European Union to support by taking over some of the refugees that they had received on their territory. The standard operating procedures were developed based on the experience that we accumulated by transferring children from Greece to other member states at the request of Greece a couple of years back. So we took advantage of the experience that we accumulated in that account to basically develop the so-called standard operating procedures are the steps that need to be taken in order to organize the transfer of a child from country A to country B, in this particular case from Moldova to one of the member states. I have to tell you that the standard operating procedures have been adopted and they are there, but there haven't been so many cases of children transferred so far from Moldova to the member states. There have been very few and explicitly mostly cases of so-called separated children. So these are cases basically in practice of children who arrived alone to Moldova, but they probably have a parent somewhere in one of the member states and they needed to be transferred there to be reunited to that parent. So basically, they were not, strictly speaking, in the classical sense, unaccompanied children, but it is actually an example of family reunification, if you like. And I have to say about this point that, the organizers of the event have asked me to cover also the aspect of the family reunification. But I mean, I want to, to make a small parenthesis and to say about that apart from these kinds of transfers from one member state to another of children who are to be reunited with a parent who is already residing in one member state, in practice, we didn't encounter that many cases and that many requests. So this is also particularly due to the fact that this migration crisis has certain characteristics. So the profile of the so-called unaccompanied minors is a little bit different than what we had in previous migratory inflows, in the sense that we have very few children who are stricto sensu unaccompanied. And there are instead quite a few of those that we consider to be separated, meaning they are not traveling with parents, but they are traveling with known adults, be they close family relatives or friends of the family, people who have been one way or another entrusted the child by the parents, and which, as I mentioned, sometimes already have guardianship papers originating from Ukraine. So due to this particularity, in reality, family reunification issues have not arisen in practice too much, but there is one practical new development which may generate, let's say, issues in the future. We understand that there are parents who are traveling back to Ukraine for a short period of time, which sometimes may even become prolonged. And they leave their children in the care of somebody inside the European Union while they are traveling for this short, undetermined period back to Ukraine. Now, in those cases where this travel may prolong for one reason or another in time, there may eventually arise some issues of how to reunite the family, be it towards Ukraine or the parents to be brought back towards the place where the country which is still hosting the children. So this is an issue that we will have to keep on our radars as well in the future. Very briefly about what we have done in terms of identifying the specific needs of unaccompanied and separated children. We basically collected from the member states information about the challenges that they consider to be most pressing concerning the reception and how to take care of these children. Via a questionnaire, which was run via the Solidarity platform in April, with the results to come in May. The outcomes of this questionnaire were discussed with the member states in a devoted meeting of the Solidarity platform, which took place in May. And then we organized also an expert workshop with basically the main stakeholders in Europe. When I mean the main stakeholders here, I mean besides the European Commission, also experts from certain member states, from the authorities, also big NGOs who are involved in providing support for the reception and the care of the children coming from Ukraine, and representatives of UNICEF and UNHCR. So together, we have basically identified a number of key challenges that arise in relation to the unaccompanied and separated children coming from Ukraine. And on the basis of this discussion at the expert workshop, we formulated some recommendations to the member states on how to deal with them. This work has come in the form of answers to frequently asked questions, and it was published in July on the websites of the Commission that are devoted to the implementation of the temporary directive and respectively to solidarity with Ukraine. So you can find it under two sections. There you will find specific recommendations that we have made on how to deal, number one, with the registration of the children. And like I mentioned before, we recommend that children should also be registered with the National Child Protection Services. We also make recommendations concerning the automatic recognition of guardianship documentation that is originating from the Ukrainian authorities. We had, with the help of the Ukrainian authorities, received further information about the kind of authorities which are indeed competent on their territory to issue such papers, and we received samples to facilitate the identification of the correct documents in the member states, if you like. And we also recommended certain things that have to do with the reception of the children who are coming from the Ukrainian institutions. As you know, Ukraine is a country that had a lot of children in the institutions prior to the start of the war. Some of the children from these institutions have been brought to the member states on the basis of bilateral agreements between Ukraine and certain member states' governments to take care temporarily of these groups of children. Very frequently, these groups of children include children with specific disabilities, be they physical or mental, so they require specific care. And also, very frequently, they are accompanied by a guardian from the institution in Ukraine who preserves the authority over the children and is their legal representative, if you like. Now, the Ukrainian authorities have asked very frequently the member states to keep the groups together. This has posed challenges in our countries because in the European Union, over the last years, we have worked towards deinstitutionalizing, if you like, the care for the children. So practically speaking, it was difficult to accommodate in the same facility large groups of children, whereas we do not have such structures anymore in many of our European countries. So this challenge we addressed to in our expert workshop as well, and we are recommending to the member states to obviously meet the need of preserving the close contacts of the group, but first and foremost, look for accommodation and care solutions which are giving the best quality care and accommodation and support to each individual child in function of their individual needs. So that means that there may be solutions which are better than keeping the group together in a large facility. Smaller solutions where children receive more individual and tailored care and according to their specific needs, but at the same time, within close distance so that the children can see each other regularly and they can preserve their relationship with their guardian from Ukraine and so on. Member states are trying to work on solutions to find this kind of sui generis solutions, if you like. The European Guardianship Network has published on their website a collection of good practices, examples of how this is done in certain member states, which is always useful to be referred to. The link to this collection of best practices is also available on the two Commission websites that I Now, very quickly about access to education. We are preparing a meeting of the Solidarity Platform, which is going to basically take place this week on the 28th, on how to facilitate access to the local schools for the children arriving from Ukraine, while at the same time preserving the possibility for them to continue their online education from Ukraine, and how to basically blend the curriculum of the local schools by adapting it to the specific needs of the children as well. It is let's say, in terms of data collection, it is quite challenging to know the number of children who have been registered for the current academic year, 2022-2023. We are collecting data from the member states in that respect. The data is incoming, but many of the member states have told us that it is only partial for the time being, and probably only after September, perhaps even later, they will have a more complete picture of the number of children who have registered for this academic year. But on the basis of the information collected so far, we see that there is a big variety between one member state and another in terms of, on the one hand, the number of children in school age that are being hosted on their territory, and on the other hand, the percentage of these children who are actually registered to attend the local schools. There are different explanations on the difference between member states and another. There is, of course, there are a lot of challenges for integrating the children into the local schools. This is not only an issue of the capacity of the local schooling systems to integrate so many children at the same time, about staffing, about infrastructures, the possibility of providing support courses, and all the rest of the support that is needed in order to facilitate for these children to integrate into the local curriculum. But it is, if you like, a broader problem. It is the problem of also providing accurate information to the Ukrainian families and to the Ukrainian guardians about the benefits of joining a local school and about where and how they can register. It is also about providing support to the families who need to also have, if you like, a stable residential solutions in order to provide continuity during the academic year. It is also about the ability of the parents to find a job in order to be able to have this stable housing and so on and so forth. So it is, if you like, the issue of ensuring properly access to the local school and to the local curricula is linked to offering proper reception conditions to all the refugee group as such. I think I would leave it here, and I am standing here to answer your questions, if you like, in the questions and answer ones. Apologies, I went a little bit over the time.
Thank you very much, Isabella, for your intervention. I think it's very interesting. I prefer moving to the coffee break, and then later we have some questions. I just read a comment that we have, but we leave your intervention for the session on question of answers later. This comes from Anna Strana, who says that Ukrainian guardians, not parents, but guardians appointed by Ukrainian courts, are asked to confirm their guardianship to the Polish courts. Would it be possible to provide us with details on the practical application, law, and its interpretation as to automatic recognition of Ukrainian guardians? So this is what you already explained, that it is possible, but this is something for discussions later. I think that, I hope this is okay if we take the 15 minutes break, but we come back here at 11:40, okay, because we will not be otherwise like realistic. So, but 11:40, we are here. So I hope Gemma Woods for UNHCR Regional and Jadwiga Matsinska can understand this. So we start at 11:40. Thank you. Okay. So can we go back to see if we have Gemma Woods with us already?
Yes, I'm here.
Gemma, so sorry for this. We started the coffee break a bit later. I checked with Delphine that she had tested you to let you know. But I'm going to also ask my colleagues Hugo and Volodymyr, who were the ones in charge of the timing, to make people slowly coming back to the room. So that, Gemma, I understand that you may have followed also some of the previous sessions, good, so that you see what is the main purpose of today's seminar. And then I want to remind all of you that the session is being broadcast, and later they will be sharing this broadcast with lawyers in Europe, helping Ukrainian refugees, but also helping other refugees. So, Gemma, I will leave the floor to you.
Thank you very much, and good morning. I hope you all managed to grab some coffee and something to eat. I'm going to try to share a very short presentation, just a couple of slides. Bear with me. Okay. So, yes, good morning again, and I'm Gemma Woods. I work with UNHCR's Regional Office for Europe, and very happy to be with you this morning. And I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about the Temporary Protection Directive. And indeed, I had the privilege to listen to the previous speakers as well. It's a subject that I'm also extremely interested in. I happened to join my current position on the same day that the Ukraine crisis started. So I've been following the application of the Temporary Protection Directive from the very beginning of its inception back in March. And first of all, just to echo perhaps what Cecily said at the beginning of her session, how much we welcome the application of the Temporary Protection Directive. It's really been an extremely effective and very important tool for this crisis. And we see, for example, in only a little over 6 months, that around 4 million people have been registered and granted protection under the Temporary Protection Directive and similar regimes which were inspired by it. So it's really been a crucial part of the emergency response for Ukraine. And from UNHCR's perspective, one reason we're interested in this directive is not only to learn how it's being implemented now and lessons learned which are applicable to this crisis, but we're also quite interested to see how these lessons might be applied more broadly to future uses perhaps of this directive, or uses of temporary protection regimes globally, but also how the different systems that have been put in place, the different approaches that states have been using, how they might be important lessons for the national asylum systems in Europe and more widely as well. And also we're interested in the Temporary Protection Directive because of the particular role that UNHCR has under the directive, where the implementation, the termination of the directive is subject to discussions with UNHCR, but also in light of our wider mandate to provide protection and seek solutions for refugees. So in terms of how we've been looking at this very important directive, the focus of our work has shifted as time has gone on. At the beginning, from March, let's say up until the beginning of the summer, we were very much looking at the practical implementation of the directive, the kind of systems that states were putting in place in order to give effect to the rights underneath the directive. So looking at questions, for example, the scope of who was included underneath the directive, the systems in place for registration, how identity was confirmed, and so on. Now, since the summer and moving forwards, we've shifted our focus to look a bit more in depth into how people are practically able to access their rights under the directive, and I'll speak a little bit more about that. So we've completed one part of our research, and we released this paper that you see on the right-hand side of your screen there, and I can drop the link to this into the chat later in case you're interested to read more. This first report was looking at the practical systems that states had put into place to give effect to rights underneath the directive. And from our perspective, it maps a number of quite promising practices. We saw states put into place in a very short period of time quite swift, very good and effective systems to make sure that people were rapidly registered, that they were documented, that they had access to rights, that they had access to information. And it's really been very impressive to observe some of these systems being put into place and be effective so quickly. And from our perspective, we see potential not only for these promising practices to be applied more broadly in terms of the application of the directive in Europe, but also some of these systems, if they were applied, for example, in national asylum systems, we think could equally bring good benefits for the management of those systems. So some of the areas that we look at in this paper, for example, we look at the scope of the Temporary Protection Directive. UNHCR has been encouraging an expansive approach to groups included under the directive, as indeed the Commission has encouraged the same in the very good operational guidance that was released. And we saw some very good examples of states doing that. So, for example, including people who left Ukraine perhaps not long before the 24th of February, or groups who were in Ukraine, who were not Ukrainian nationals, but were there on different forms of short-term stay, short-term visas. They were equally able to apply for and benefit from protection under the directive. We saw really good examples of enhanced registration capacity being put into place. So we saw in several countries a vast network of registration centers being very quickly set up, focused in areas where refugees from Ukraine might be more likely to pass, more likely to come into contact with, so border crossing points, train stations, local municipalities, temporary accommodation centers. So really facilitating people's access to points where they could register themselves for temporary protection. And very good approaches such as providing interactive maps where people who wanted to apply would be able to see, for example, where their nearest center was, what the opening hours were, what the services were provided in that location, in order to encourage people to approach registration centers. We also saw an increased use of digitalization in temporary protection systems. So a lot of online systems set up. In some states, for example, you could apply for temporary protection online, submit documents in advance of being required to go in person. And this really did facilitate the process, made it a lot quicker in many instances. It reduced backlogs, and it also importantly enabled two-way communication in some cases. So after people applied for temporary protection, they would be able to go online, check the status of their application, know what was happening, because often information gaps are quite a key barrier to people's enjoyment of rights under the directive. We also saw generous approaches to documenting identity, again in line with the good operational guidance issued by the Commission, where a number of states were willing to accept a range of different identity documents to establish people's identity and eligibility for protection under the directive. So, for example, accepting driving licenses, birth certificates, and a whole other range of documents in light of the difficulties refugees often have to provide these kind of documents following their flights. And finally, around issuing documentation and providing access to rights, we saw good examples of what we call the under one roof approach, where people would be able to approach one location where they could register for temporary protection, be issued with a residency permit, receive information on the kinds of rights that they would have access to in their host state, be able to apply for example, accommodation subsidies or other forms of social protection and so on. Where these schemes were in place, it really did a lot to facilitate people's access not only to temporary protection itself, but the various rights which are protected under the directive, and share a lot of information with the community, which was important to sustaining their stay in their new country. Moving on to access to rights, so we're now looking a bit more in depth at this question. How refugees are able to practically access and exercise their rights under the directive, of which there are many. We've been engaging in a round of consultations with national authorities, local municipalities, focus group discussions with groups of refugees themselves to understand firsthand the kind of issues and challenges that they might be facing. Also consultations with NGOs and other partner organizations which are part of the refugee response. And some initial findings which are starting to come out, and again echoing some of the remarks made by the previous speakers. Firstly is that the rights under the directive in many cases are interconnected. So for example, the previous speaker gave a very good example of access to education. It's not just about capacity questions, but the need for long-term sustainable accommodation, access to information, and other forms of rights are also quite important. We also saw, for example, access to accommodation has quite a knock-on impact on people's access to, for example, social protection schemes, employment. The length and kind of documents which are issued to refugees, again, affect their ability to access decent work, to access accommodation in the private sector. So the rights require a holistic approach in order to give effective access to them. Secondly, that generally speaking, it's been a really positive experience implementing the directive, and people have been able to access rights and protection very quickly. That being said, there are still some sticking points, and we've seen a number of administrative, practical, and legal barriers which are occurring in certain locations, which are affecting people's access to rights under the directive. Again, a couple have already been mentioned, two very important ones: access to information and language barriers. We also see issues around people's ability to provide certain kinds of documentation, which is requested in order to access certain services or certain rights. Access to childcare, again, partially linked to questions around education, is also a very important barrier for people's access to the employment market. We also found that refugees need to be part of the solution, and indeed where they are part of the solution in certain countries, this has brought important benefits not only for the refugee community, but for the host community as well. We believe refugees are a very valuable asset to any community that they're a part of, and it would be important for host states to leverage the skills, the knowledge of the refugee communities in order to jointly overcome some of the barriers that we found to enjoyment of rights. Where we've seen, for example, integration of refugees into national systems. So, for example, Ukrainian healthcare workers in national health systems, Ukrainian teaching assistants in national education systems. This has been quite important to not only address barriers around information provision, language, but it's also helped build quite significant trust between host refugee communities and local authorities. And finally, we found there's a continuing need for systematic identification of persons with specific needs. So persons living with disabilities, older persons, unaccompanied and separated children, persons with serious medical conditions, and so on. If such groups are systematically identified at an early stage of the process, it very much facilitates their access to protection, to specialized services, and enhances the ability for them to stay in their host communities in the longer term. So we see this also as a very important issue moving forwards. And I will leave it there and hand back to you, Chair. Thank you very much, and happy to answer any questions that occur later on. Thank you.
Thank you. Gemma, thank you. Is this the end? Okay, yes. So thank you very much, Gemma, because the image was stayed static. So I was sure, so thanks a lot for this, your presentation, and especially thank you for this final important point that you highlighted on this systematic identification of persons with specific needs, because I think this is also key to the work that Council of Europe does on some areas, and we're just not looking for mainstream person, but those who have specific needs that need to be attended. So even in this regard, we are now some of the Council of Europe help courses are being complemented with specific modules, because we try to tailor the courses to more and more specific peculiarities or specificities of audiences, of target groups, of beneficiaries, etc. So now let me first of all apologize also to Jadwiga, as the same for Gemma. Okay, because we're a bit late. It was like, it's very interesting because the people here in the room were like 30 or more. I mean, it's very important also coffee breaks and things I did to recharge batteries, first of all, but also for networking purposes. So thanks for being with us. And Jadwiga Masinka, she's the head of information analysis of the European Union Agency for Asylum. And we're very happy to have you. I know we have been in the past working together on some specific issues between your agency and the HELP program, particularly, developing even some videos jointly and so. And it's a pleasure having you with us today, even if online. So, Jadwiga, I give you the floor directly.
Thank you very much. I will I'd like to ask you to confirm that you can see me and hear me clearly.
Yes, very well.
Okay,
we see you
perfect.
and your presentation, and we can hear you well.
Thank you. So the connection seems to be working well. First of all, thank you very much, and very briefly, for the sake of time, for inviting EUAA to this event today. I would have loved to be present in person, since I'm Polish, so that would also have been a lovely occasion to visit the country again. Unfortunately, that was not possible. So the second best solution, we have the online option, which actually ties very closely with what I will be presenting today, which are several different online resources that the agency, the EUAA, has put together and has prepared for the general public to kind of support member state and also civil society and other stakeholders' efforts to help alleviate the situation following from the war in Ukraine. Maybe very briefly before starting and following the example of the other presenters, as it was mentioned, my name is Jadwiga Mączyńska. I work here at the European Union Agency for Asylum as head of information analysis sector. This sector is placed within the Asylum Knowledge Center of the agency. So just to introduce to participants and to colleagues who may not have yet really worked with EUAA or heard about EUAA, the EUAA is a direct successor of the EASO, the European Union Agency for Asylum. That was, the European Union Support Agency. That was the previous name of the agency that we used until the mandate was changed with the new regulation earlier this year. And you can find more information about the agency on our website. So I would like to share my screen now to show you exactly the resources I will be presenting. Okay, can you tell me if you can see my screen? No, I think we got the wrong one. Okay.
We see it very well, Jadwiga.
Okay, perfect. Okay? So you can read more about the EUA. I will, for the sake of time, since I would not like to cut into your lunch break and also the next sessions. So you can find more information about the agency directly on the website. When it comes to the documents and different types of guidance that we have developed to address the situation in Ukraine, you can find it directly here on a dedicated resource that we have created, which concerns the EUA response to the war in Ukraine. This is also available in Ukrainian directly. And several elements I would like to draw your attention to. First of all, there is a series of different statistical data reports available. Down on the page here under data and analysis, you will find a series of different statistical reports that the EUA have been putting together. Those reports complement, and the statistical data that the EUA is collecting complements the usual statistical data collection done by Eurostat. As you know very well, Eurostat is the main statistical data provider in the EU. So this is the most recent report. And all those documents are publicly available. You can access them directly on the website. You can download them, you can share. All this information here can be used and might hopefully be helpful for your work to be able to see what are the current numbers, what is happening, how many applications are being, asylum applications are being submitted by persons coming from Ukraine, and also how many registrations for temporary protection are there. You will see here that this information is also available for previous weeks. When it comes to the emergency measures, so the different measures, policy and practice measures that member states and EU plus countries, as we call them, so member states and also Norway, Switzerland and Iceland have put together, you can find this information right here under situational updates. I will show you one example. Those situational updates, we have been putting them together in the beginning of the crisis in order to map and to put together all the different developments. So as you can see here, we looked into developments at the EU level, and we have also collected a number of developments at the national level. Those documents, we have been preparing them in the first phase of the crisis. However, they might still be helpful for you if you would like to kind of go back and understand a little bit how different areas have been regulated by member states. As you can see, the focus here is thematic, so you can find development related to different elements of the response. In terms of more comprehensive analysis of what measures have been put in place by member states, I would like to draw your attention to our situational report. Again, this report is fully public. You can find it on our website. It's available in English. And here you can find a lot of information about both the initial crisis response, so different elements related to, for instance, emergency reception points, but also contingency planning. And then very concretely on the different elements of the Temporary Protection Directive and how it has been implemented by different countries. We heard earlier today how important it is to have a good overview and to have a good way of mapping and covering all different measures that have been put in place by countries, since many of them are well-intentioned and they are put in place with the best intentions. But if they are not well known and well kind of disseminated to the general public, and of course also to the Ukrainian community, they might really kind of like fit the target. I think among interesting ones, I have given this presentation previously, and questions that have been asked concern, for example, this aspect here, so persons eligible for temporary protection. Since especially in the beginning of the crisis, countries took different approaches with regard, for instance, to nationals of Ukraine who have already been present in the host country. So in this chapter, you can find a little bit more information about that. So this is a report that we have published more recently. Since, as we know very well, information is only as good as it is current and accurate. So we have, in the meantime, also developed additional resources that are updated daily, that do not take the form of a written report that of course becomes obsolete as new developments take place. So with that in mind, we have developed this resource which maps different solutions and stakeholders that are active in provision of temporary protection across the EU. Just to introduce this project, this is part of our general work on what we call Who is Who in International Protection, which is a project that maps stakeholders, not only asylum authorities, but also other stakeholders that are active in creation and in the implementation of international protection measures. You can see here already the chapters that we have available. We have mapped policymaking authorities, also asylum authorities. Very soon we'll be publishing on reception authorities and also authorities and stakeholders involved in resettlement. When it comes to temporary protection, this information is available here under this tab. When you click on a specific country, let's say Germany, a page opens which gives you information when this particular country activated temporary protection. It provides you with links to different information platforms that this country has put in place, also available leaflets, and it guides you through the key elements of the temporary protection implementation. So through the national framework, you can find links to the exact legislative pieces. You can find what was also reflected in our report, the scope and the personal scope to whom temporary protection applies, and some other useful information guides you through all the different steps in the procedure. As you will see, this information is provided and supported with links to direct resources available from the member states, mostly websites, but also other tools. The reason behind UAA putting efforts and creating this resource is that first and foremost, as I said, information is only as good as it is up to date. So there is a need to constantly map and document and kind of feedback to the public information that we have from the member state and through our own research. Also, very importantly, it is very important that information for different member states is presented in a harmonized way, which we, I think, achieved with this project, since, as you can see, when opening the temporary protection resource for another country, you would be able to find this information, here, for instance, for Hungary, organized within with the same way and with the same logic. I believe this resource could be useful for you, for example, when providing information to Ukrainian citizens, to Ukrainians who are currently present in your countries and who might be considering moving on to another country, to another member state, where they might have a family member or they might find a work opportunity or for any other reason. This way you will be able to find directly information on the situation in that country and available rights and benefits to those people. Of course, the EUAA is not the only European stakeholder among the European Union agencies working on those issues. So as additional resources, we also point out the work done by our colleagues. The European Labour Authority, ELA, based in Bratislava, also provided this helpful overview of national measures regarding employment. And of course, due regard is given to the European Commission's information and different elements developed there. So those are very briefly the key elements that we have prepared as the agency. There will be more reports coming soon, and one of those relates to the survey that the EUAA has conducted with migrants arriving from Ukraine. You can find more information here. This survey is available in English, in Ukrainian, and in Russian, and it takes around 10 minutes. The initial results of the survey have already been published, so you can find them here, and they are based on responses received between 11th of April and early June. You can find this information here and the key findings, and an in-depth report of like a more elaborate report looking more in detail in the responses and drawing preliminary conclusions that EUAA prepared in collaboration with the OECD and with IOM will be made publicly available on the 17th of October. So if someone would be interested, there will be a launch event and the report will become available. I will stop sharing my screen now. I don't want to extend the presentation since I'm aware and cautious of the time, and I definitely do not want to take time away from the question and answer session because we already had some questions. But in case there are some immediate comments or questions, I will be happy to take them now. Otherwise, I will remain with you throughout the question and answer session. And for any questions or any request for information, please feel free to email me directly at EUAA. I'll be posting my email address directly in the chat. So if someone would like to approach me for some documents or to find some links on our website or with any other questions after the event in the future, I'll be happy to assist you. Thank you very much for your attention. And once again, thank you very much for the invitation and involving EUAA in this event.
Jadwiga, thank you very much. And then, as I was seeing, the wide coverage of all the information that your agency has on open access, an immediate action to take is that afterwards, after this seminar, then my colleagues Olga and Volodymyr, who are working on this specific project of helping Ukraine, and that who will follow the development and the enrichment of the help desk on migration and asylum, may add some of this information in the right format or whatever, or to this help desk. But also not just like as general thing or a general link, but specific things, even by country or addressing it by country. I saw in some of the slides on some of the screens you were sharing like the specific things by the countries, including like Poland and so. And yes, indeed, a pity you miss the opportunity to come here to your beautiful country. Today is cloudy, but yesterday was very, very nice weather. So, and then of course, very nice people and hospitality. So,
thank you very much for your kind words.
Yes. So, Jadwiga, with your permission, and unless there is an immediate question, I would like to resume this presentation of the challenges of some of the, or explanation also of the situation, how it is in their countries. And I will give the floor. I see now here Nora with us, Nora Zakowski, who is the help manager for Germany.
Yeah, hello everyone, my name is Nora Zakowski. I'm managing the Help desk in Germany. And yes, for the situation in Germany, we had the experiences from 2015-16. So the administration had some knowledge how to get facilities, how to organize catering and so on. So that was perhaps a bit easier than in other countries. But there were difficulties with the specific groups arriving in Germany, with women and children, elderly people who needed special medical assistance. So those were things which had to be organized in a new way, or new solutions had to be found, and medical assistance had to be organized. Then we have another challenge, that Germany is a federal state, so there were a lot of discussions going on how to allocate refugees within Germany and how to share the financial and administrative burden within Germany. And that led to new legislation later on. Overall, one can say that the immigration is more fluid than before, because people were moving around and it was quite difficult to register people, and that was again important for the allocation of refugees, and that brought new challenges to the administration as well. Concerning the implementation of the Temporary Protection Directive, it was a new system within the German administration, because before, with the normal asylum procedures, we had a federal agency responsible for the for carrying out the registration process and the issuing of residency permits. And now the responsibility was with the local authorities and municipalities, and they were not prepared to carry out those tasks, and often they didn't have the forms or the technical facilities to carry out the registration process, and they had to be well. The advantage was that there was more time because of the 90 days of visa-free stay in Germany, so it took a bit for both sides to arrange those new procedures. In May, we had a legislative package repairing some of the flaws within the implementation legislation, which hadn't been put in place before. And this concerned especially the permission to work, because that was not implemented correctly before and had to be changed so that it would be possible for everyone to work right away with a temporary protection, and to establish the legal basis for the registration procedures, especially concerning data protection issues, and new rules for the allocation of refugees. And also included was new social rights for refugees, which are better now, and they have the same level as the social rights for unemployed German residents, and so they are better than the social rights people in the normal asylum procedures enjoy. This, on the other hand, led to discussions about first and second class refugees within Germany, which might be an issue in the future. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Nora. I think also this discussion, this issue that you mentioned, that first and second class refugees that you mentioned in your country, it may be also an issue elsewhere. It's been also, well, here and in many countries, and we may see this. Maybe I give the floor now to Agnes Brust, yes, from who is the desk manager for Hungary.
Thank you very much. So, yes, as mentioned, I'm responsible for the Hungarian e-desk, and let me dive straight into the challenges which arose within the implementation of the temporary protection directive. So, one of the main challenges, and it's a huge systemic issue, is that when people arrive at the border, they don't receive any kind of information. So basically they have no idea what kind of protection they are allowed to have. They don't know their rights, they don't know what benefits they can acquire. And a lot of times they just receive a temporary residence document, which allows them to stay only temporarily in Hungary, much shorter than with the temporary protection status, mostly for just 1 to 3 months, which can be then further extended upon request. But also the benefits with this status are way less than for those who are granted the temporary protection status. And this all comes from, as I mentioned before, the lack of information that is given to people fleeing from Ukraine. And there is no state-organized information which is disseminated in an understandable way, in a language which people understand, and that is a major issue. Another big point of issue is the situation of third country nationals who are fleeing Ukraine and who are not entitled to protection under the international temporary protection. These third country nationals either get this temporary residence document, but afterwards they still need to sort out their long-term stay in Hungary. And that's one of the big challenges, because access to the Hungarian asylum procedure is basically not granted to them. As you probably all know, the asylum procedure in Hungary is basically non-existent. you first need to submit like a statement of intent to submit an asylum application, but not in Hungary, but at an embassy either in Serbia or in Ukraine. But these third country nationals, most of the times do not have a visa, a valid visa to go to Serbia, and obviously Ukraine does not come into question at all. So they don't have access to the asylum procedure, and if they want to legalize their stay as and get a residence permit, that's also a challenge for them, because that's also something that needs to be submitted from abroad, from embassies. And hence, and the reasoning that they cannot, they were fleeing from Ukraine is not accepted by the authorities in Hungary as a special reason allowing to lodge a request for residence permits from Hungary. Another systematic issue which arises is the lack of information regarding access to education for kids, for children. School year has started, and there are still many questions how this will work in practice. What kind of language will the education take place in? Parents lack really a lot of information to have this as an effective right. Also, a further issue is that once Ukrainians and other people who benefit from the temporary protection receive their status, they don't receive a decision. They are just handed over a temporary protection document. But that also means that there are people who are just waiting and waiting to receive this document, but never receive it because actually they were not granted this status. And the only way they find out about this is once they actually go back to the asylum authority and inquire about the status of their application. So also, again, lack of clear procedure and information regarding the status of the application. So I think these were the main challenges in Hungary. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there are a lot of challenges in, in your country as well, but I think it is important also for our interlocutors to realize also the variety of scenarios in different countries, and also the different response. So maybe there are some things that can be sorted administratively in an easier way, but there are also some more challenging countries than others, where the response is also quite, I can say it because I'm not your national from your country, so quite different. Okay, so thanks a lot. I'm going to also pass on the floor to Alessio Sangiorgi from Italy, or maybe even Alessio, yes. If you can look at the camera, that would be good, so that people, yes, yes, or
okay,
or
I don't
yes,
know,
or like this, yes.
Okay, thank you, Eva, and everyone to inviting us to this very interesting seminar. I'm the national tutor for the eDesk in Italy. I'm going to quickly go to the challenges because I don't want to steal the floor to others. Italy has experienced quite a few number of Ukrainians or people fleeing from Ukraine, mainly because Italy is one of the countries that had already a very well settled population of Ukrainians. Even before the crisis, Italy I think is among the 3 or 4 countries that had more Ukrainians well settled starting from the 90s. The number speaks about 230,000 Ukrainians already settled in Italy, so there was a population, a community waiting for people fleeing from the war in Italy. Things went quite smoothly. The main challenges are a couple. First of all, as it was highlighted from the responsible of the European Commission, the policy officer concerning minors and family reunification, Ms. Athanasiou, the automatic recognition of guardianship and not separating minors from, not parents because they were probably still in Ukraine or in other countries, but not separating them from guardians or people that were given to them. And there has been an interesting case law because, there is this tendency in practice to, divide sometimes minors from people that were given to them, even if they were relatives or guardians from institutions. This tendency has been addressed by in Italy we have a tribunal, a court specialized on minors. And so there was this important case law in May saying that we have to apply the Hague Convention. So we have to automatically recognize the guardianship, even though there were issues concerning, the recognition of a document which is in Ukrainian, so with no translation. But there was this strong advice from, the Tribunal for Minors saying that we have to implement not only Italian law, but as well international law that is applicable at this level. The other issue that has not come, but that already Eva mentioned, is because I think that, reality goes farther than laws. So the other issue that has already been addressed by clients, Ukrainian clients or clients coming from fleeing from the war, is how they can settle in the long run in Italy or in other European countries, because this is different than temporary protection. But maybe it's because what I was mentioning before, people, we have a well settled community of Ukrainians in Italy. There are already people that wants to settle, or maybe also Ukrainian that were temporarily in Italy. Now that the situation is not good in their own country, they want to stay, or at least they want to see what are the avenues, the legal avenues to stay permanently in Italy. And this is something that is being experienced by our law firms, by other colleagues, that has to be addressed as well by, I think, by trainings in here. And it's a loophole at the moment because we don't have a single answer to this challenge and to this demand by Ukrainian people that wants to settle, since the situation in their own country is unsure at the moment. And last but not least, the challenge is for lawyers to be, as it was mentioned before by our Bulgarian and Polish colleagues, to be trained on the specific matter, because there were a lot of voluntary law colleagues that wanted to help and that are helping in this issue, but there is a need of training, and there is a need of linking the Help e-desk with all the local initiatives that were put in place in Italy and on a voluntary basis. I've tried to implement in our page all the local initiative at the local bars, but there is a need to implement these links between this initiative with the other trainings and other kind of help initiatives put in place in Italy, and I think at European level as well. I will end up with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alessio. And I see that, I think Noemi is close to you, and then now Noemi, she will intervene for the Spanish experience, as she's also managing the the help desk for Spain.
Thank you, Eva. So, well, the challenges in Spain, it was quite different in the other countries because the state administration from the beginning they put in place a lot of help and support from the administration that allows finally to be very quick to recognize all the rights that were put in the TPD. So in that sense, there is not too much just to say that just to inform lawyers that where were all the administrative desk in the country and they can advise the clients just to go to one or other administration and all the support that was put in place on the local basis. When I mean that one of the challenges in general terms was finally to unify the interpretation of the rights that were onward by the TPD in a European level, and also for those who were concerned by this temporary protection directive, because of course for those that were Ukrainian and relatives or direct or not of Ukrainians that were easier than for those, for example, that were fleeing that they were from a national third country. For example, one of the challenges in Spain is that they recognize, they were very open at the beginning, and by law, they recognize the rights of the TPD for those coming from third national countries, but in practice, it's not like that. They refused to give the automatic right to access to this TPD status. So it's based on simple fact like the recognition of criminal records, for example, the need to have a criminal record, that it's not so easy for people coming from third national country, but that were for a long time or not in Ukraine when the crisis happened. So another challenge not related directly with the right of the temporary protection, but it's also the recognition of qualification, that it's, I think, a real challenge in all the member states, but particularly in Spain. I think that it has been one of the things that it's really difficult in terms that if you want to integrate, you have the right to work, and finally, but you don't have this recognition of qualification. It's finally so difficult to put in place this right to work in the sense of really integrate these people into the society of the hosting countries. So an example of that, it's also the case of Ukrainian lawyers that have fled the conflict and that they don't have any recognition, for example, in Spain, of the possibility to exercise, to practice as a lawyer, because there is no recognition of that by the national bar. So, and of course, under the national context and law. So it's impossible to recognize as we have this framework, this legal framework that doesn't allow at all to recognize this qualification. So I think that will be the main challenges in Spain. For the rest, I just have to say that I have a good experience in terms of this help desk, and in terms of the participation of lawyers and other legal professionals through the national e-desk. And of course, I is still shy in terms of to participate in the forum. As in Spain, we put the forum if they have a question, and normally a person directly ask, but in private. So I received the question, but in private, because they are shy to I don't know, to compromise. Anyhow, I don't know. But the thing is that I used to respond in private, and that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Noemi. And yes, well, it's fine as long as the information is passed on effectively. I mean, even if it is through private means or bilateral means, it would be very, very good. I'm not sure if we have some questions or some more people following online that would like to also, like some of the help desk managers excuse themselves because of other commitments. But if some of them are listening to us, would like to pose any question, they're fine to do it. If not, I will also open. I would also open the floor in the audience here for some things, and I would, in the meantime, also say that to this question about the Ukrainian guardians, not parents, appointed by Ukrainian courts, and the lack of recognition of automatic recognition in Polish courts, I thank Isabella Atanasiou because she replied in the chat that there is further info. I will read for those who are not connected here in the room. There is further information available on this point. Recognition of guardianship documents in the frequently asked questions on reception and care of unaccompanied and separated children, which can be found, and then there is a link, okay, that later we can share with you. And then she explicitly mentions, see under the section on the 10-point planned implementation point 5 of children. So you go on this link and then you check. And then there is something else on the section guidelines on the use of the temporary protection directive and also related documents. I think Anna Isabelli Tifescu asked to share the link of the Italian case if it is publicly available later.
It's publicly available and it's on the e-desk, but in Italian.
Yes, okay, it is. So to reply to Anna Isabella Trifescu, it's publicly available, only in Italian, but maybe later Alessio can help us getting the so now I would like to ask if somebody in the audience, or you do not need to be like a manager of the help desk to comment or to mention something, if you want to mention something, or otherwise I would give the floor in a round to the speakers who are listening to us. But let's say if there is some questions in the, yes, Jasel. Yes, maybe you can come here because it's better for the people. Okay.
Just two questions for the for the staff of the EU Commission. So, first question is: so in the light of your current experiences, are there any plans to make amendments to the TPD? For example, I think we need provisions regulating these short-term visits to Ukraine or to another EU or to another countries outside of the country where when the person is registered. And second question: are you going to take any steps against the countries for the lack of the proper implementation of the temporary protection directive? Because maybe it's not the best time now, but actually there are some very, I would say, hot issues, like let's say in Poland, like lack of issuing the residency permits for all of the persons covered by the temporary protection or some, for example, we have no provisions on the family reunification in our act on granting protection for the citizens of Ukraine, which are, I would say, quite important issues, and they are rights somehow secured by the EU law, but not by the domestic law, which is also a problem. And I think the EU Commission should react on that somehow.
Thank you very much, Hazel. Very important point on this kind of conditionality or sanctions or something in between. You know, like what happens if you do not comply with this. So I will take some more questions also to give time to our interlocutors to think of their replies. Anyone else like to raise any issue? Yes? You can introduce yourself.
My name is Evgenia Bulgakova. I represent the organization The 10th of April, which covers the assistance to IDPs and refugees and stateless persons in southern regions of Ukraine. I would like even more not question but comments to what was previously said. I would like to drive attention to the issue of automatic guardianship. I should say that it should be a kind of balance between the security of the child, because actually we should understand that the people exited in a very strange situation of mass outflow of the country. And some cases when some people who state themselves as relatives of the people who know this child, even inside Ukraine, the parents did not know that the child was with this person. However, the person had the document that parents gave allowance. So I think this should be a serious concern, especially I know that the EU countries were very hosting and accepting everything that was provided, but I think it's also the issue of concern between balance, who are the people who are accompanying these children and who they name themselves as relatives or the people who know these children. So with this automatic guardianship and automatic acceptance of all the documents, especially for the people who name themselves as relatives and have no documental evidence, this should be a kind of concern. I can say that my comments would be more from the practice side, because a lot of my friends, unfortunately, are outside Ukraine, and I personally experienced partially the first migration in these issues, so I can say about how it works in practice. I know that now there is a lot of questions from the Ukrainians who continue their online working within Ukraine, and now it's 183 days term has passed, and a lot of issues. Will the people have to pay taxes in EU? As being more than 183 days. So this is the issue of double taxation if the countries have no agreements between themselves. I think that the core problem, the core issue of this temporary protection directive, because it is provisioned as temporary. But as we see now, it's almost 7 months. So it's something not as temporary, but we consider it will be for some long-term solutions. And it's not adapted for long-term solutions, and maybe there should be some considerations on the issue, because I think all the Ukrainians and all the EU are a little bit stuck between, okay, this is temporary, so we will go back to Ukraine after it finishes. But I think we have to admit that a large number of people have nowhere to come back, because at least a quarter of country is completely destroyed. I would also like to mention about the children who came within facilities, Ukrainian facilities, and it's also, as I'm telling, we are reaching in 4 months, almost a year. And as you previously mentioned, that European Union has almost no institutional facilities for children. So we're talking about some family accommodation. And if we're talking about small children, 1 year of staying within the family means almost full integration and even assimilation in some cases. So the issue of repatriation would be very much serious, and as far as I know, the Balkan crisis also showed the problem of returning back the children to their countries. So this issue may be also a kind of consideration. I think that's, and maybe the issue of concern is that this mobilization issue within Russia, and of course we understand that European countries within the Convention on Refugees will accept people because there is, of course, the ground for applying for protection within the provisions of the convention, but this will show us, I'm almost sure, the tensions between Russia, because as well Russians coming with their families, children, so it will be the tensions between children, it will be the tensions. Even before mobilization, we saw the situations of tensions between Russian nationals and Ukrainian nationals in Europe, so this would be a more serious increase, I suppose. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your practical points. Also these tensions that may come with the situation you just described. And then I think I will give the floor to, I know in the meantime, I'm trying to follow the chat. Yes, and then I know that Isabella has given even more information, and she gives information of a model for this is a unified model of a document to trust the children that was made available by the European Association of Notaries, and there is a link to this in the same frequently asked question document that she commented, and then. Well, she gives a reaction, but I will give her the floor later so that she can say. But I think that Olga had a couple of questions.
Yes, thank you very much.
You introduce yourself.
Olga Kostenko, I'm working on the project Help for Ukraine in the Help Division. And I have several questions which, in fact, I raised from my Ukrainian colleagues in Strasbourg. One is, what is the situation with people who have been already on the territory of European Union with visas, and now this visa expired, and they stayed on the territory of European Union, and they are not eligible to temporary protection. I think it's fine. Sorry. So they are not eligible. What is the situation of Ukrainian people who are staying on the territory of European Union with visas, and they're not eligible for temporary protection because they entered European Union territory before the war. So how, and they have no possibility to come back to their land. And another one, also it's a problem of third nationals, how there are a lot of problems in France, for example, when students who did studies in Kiev, in Ukraine, came to France without really documents which can justify the status in Ukraine, and so they don't give the protection as well. So if there are any possibility to find a solution. And another question about, maybe it's to UNHCR representatives, when we speak about the obligation of state to ensure the return, the voluntary return of Ukrainians who would like to go home, what really it means, what kind of assistance Ukrainians can receive from the state. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you. I see also we have Marie Tranchini online. Marie, if you would like to take the floor, because she's a helper desk for, yes, from France, that would be very good. Marie, bonjour.
Bonjour Eva. Hello everyone. Thank you very much. Do you hear me well?
Very well.
Okay, perfect. So my name is Marie Trachini. I am managing the Help eDesk in France. It's a pleasure to work with the Help program, and I would like to thank you very much for organizing this very interesting and useful event. I also want to apologize for not being able to join you physically in Warsaw today. I am very happy to participate to this meeting by video. Maybe I'll start by giving you very quickly, some key figures from France, and then I will present the main challenges faced by Ukrainians that fled the war and came to France. To date, France welcomes about 105,000 Ukrainian displaced persons, and this figure includes 93,000 persons who received the temporary protection. Most of these people live in the Île-de-France, so near Paris, and in the south of France. In France, the reception policy is managed at the central level by the state, and the local prefectures are in charge of the practical aspects. So the reception, the temporary protection status, the accommodation, and etc. And this is usually done in cooperation with associations and NGOs. To date, no major difficulties have been raised in France with the reception and the follow-up of the person coming from Ukraine. However, some other issues have been particularly identified. The main problem, and that has just been said, is the restrictive scope of the Temporary Protection Directive and the situation of certain category of person. Indeed, as you know, as the temporary protection is granted to the Ukrainian nationals who arrived in France after the beginning of the war, that excludes in practice certain categories of people that would also deserve a protection in France. In particular, for example, Ukrainian people who were already in France regularly or irregularly before the war. But above all, the foreign nationals who were working, studying, or who were in the process of applying for asylum in Ukraine. They are the people most concerned. Some colleagues have already said that. Prefectures ask them to show the residence document they had in Ukraine, which can be difficult for some people to do it because as they flee. All prefecture also tell them that they can come back to their country of origin very easily, safely and permanently, even if most of the time it's not safe for them. And these people have to prove that it's not secure and that it's dangerous and it's not very easy for them to do it. Frequently, after a few weeks in France, we have noticed that prefectures take some decision, ask these people to leave the French territory. So take some decision called obligation de quitter le territoire français, obligation to leave French territory, who put these people in a very, very complicated situation. The problem can also concern husbands or wives of Ukrainian nationals who have difficulties to obtain temporary protection if their Ukrainian wife or husband is not on the French territory. There is another issue which has been raised. It is the issue of the needs of medium and long-term perspectives in France for Ukrainian displaced persons. War has been going on for more than 7 months now, and the refugees have a strong need for perspective in the country in terms of access to education, to training, to employment, and also language. On this point, we have noticed that a better accompaniment in order to offer perspectives to these people would be absolutely necessary. Then Ukrainians, displaced persons, have also reported concerns in France concerning the travel questions, both between EU member states and between France and Ukraine.
Thank you very much. Marie, for this also describing the situation and challenges in France. That also, because I mean, Olga and I were based in Strasbourg, so we are familiar too. But it's very interesting for everybody. I see in the chat that there is also Lenka Bujirova, but from Czech Republic. I'm not sure if she could connect and speak, or if it is possible. Yes.
Do you hear me, Eva and colleagues?
Yes, we do.
Perfect. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank to the Council of your team for organizing this conference. It is a great idea to discuss this important subject and put together the European lawyers and other interested institutions and discuss the subject connected with the Russian invasion to Ukraine. Together with my colleague Eva Indruchova, whom I would like to excuse from this online conference due to her other working commitments, we managed the Czech Migration Help eDesk together. So as for the challenges the Czech lawyers helping the Ukrainian refugees face, I'd like to be very brief and draw your attention to a quite detailed report the Czech Bar Association drafted and sent to Council of Europe that I hope is, or at least will be, available to all participants of this event. When preparing this report, we cooperate also with the Czech Office of Public Defender of Rights that as well cooperates with Czech lawyers on the subject matter of migration and refugees, and this report, the main problems and challenges of Czech lawyers are described. However, as I heard the previous eDesk managers, some of already mentioned challenges and problems are very similar with those in the Czech Republic. So there's also an issue, for example, let me take a look at it, of an admissibility of applications for temporary protections on the grounds of temporary protections already granted in another member state. We also have an issue with the impossibility for temporary protection holders in the Czech Republic to apply for another resident permit. Also an issue with people who are already settled in the Czech Republic and their visas has already expired. Also an issue with citizens from Russia and Belarus with permanent residence in Ukraine. Last but not least, I would like to mention concerns about what is about to happen with temporary protections visas of citizens after the 31st of March of 2023. So I guess these are the main challenges we have described in our report. What also could be of an interest is that the Czech Bar Association created a special list of lawyers providing pro bono legal services to Ukrainian refugees. And this list is available at the web pages of the Czech Bar Association. And of course, this information is also available at the Czech Migration Help eDesk. And at the moment, I think there are more than 300 Czech lawyers providing these free pro bono legal services. So I think that is all about I wanted to mention.
Thank you very much, Lenka. I do not see others, but if others later want to speak, please let me know or we will see later. But I would like to give the floor in the order of intervention to Cecilia, first of all. I think you posted something, but it is very important information. Cecilia, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. And just first of all, my apologies because I will not be able to stay for the afternoon, as I also noticed that I should also be in the very last Q&A session. I'm not sure whether I will will manage, but maybe if I can, I will. But I'd like to give you already a heads up. On a number of the questions asked, I replied to one in the chat. Let's not forget if a person does find him or herself in a situation where a visa is no longer valid and does not qualify for temporary protection, then the person can always apply for asylum in the member state in which she or he finds herself. That right still continues to exist. On the question to amend the TPD and take steps against member states who may not have fully implemented, on the first issue, the fate of the directive depends on the discussions of the pact proposals in Council and Parliament. You may know that there is a crisis proposal which is meant to replace the Temporary Protection Directive, and we tabled not so long ago, last year in December, an instrumentalization proposal, which is a reply to the instrumentalization of migrants by Belarus last year, and which also, let's say, faces or tries to provide an answer to a specific crisis situation. And the question is how to deal with these instruments in view of the implementation of the Temporary Protection Directive. And that is something we are looking into, how to best handle that as part of that much wider discussion. So I cannot give any direction on where this discussion will be going, but it is a reflection which has been launched recently because of these wider discussions. On taking steps against member states, I mentioned earlier that we have started to look into the way the member states implement the Temporary Protection Directive, and we will follow up with them by way of dedicated meetings to see how this develops further, where we can provide further support, and where it is important to signal that there may be issues of concern where we would expect them to make some changes to their laws. So this is something which we are looking into in terms of how to ensure the best possible implementation. I think one has to bear in mind that some member states are more, and I even have to say much more impacted than others. And that of course also comes into play in terms of how quickly they could deliver and also how well they could deliver on certain issues. I have noted a remark made by one of the persons in the room about double taxation. I've noted that down. That is something which probably will pop up in our conversations with our colleagues of DG Taxud. But when it comes to these very specific policies, the issue will then be taken up by different services in the within the Commission. But of course, this is a matter which has to be looked at some time. I've also noted the observation about the temporary aspect of the Temporary Protection Directive. Again, it's difficult to assess how long this crisis will take and how huge also the damage will be to the infrastructure of the country. But it also means that we have to work on different strands, one also including supporting Ukraine at some